If the colleagues would please join us, we're going to begin. If my colleagues would please join us, we'll begin.
Good evening, everyone. We're about to start our commission meeting for Tuesday, the 21st, right? 21st. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll?
Good evening, everyone. The time is now 6:29. We're about to do roll call. Commissioner Chernoff.
Here.
Commissioner Jean.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler. Commissioner Sue.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I'm here.
You have quorum, sir.
Next is invocation by Pastor Tobin. Tobin. Sorry. Tobin. Apologies, Pastor.
I'm here.
Yes.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. It's good to see you. Let's bow our hearts in a way of prayer. Divine source of all people, known by many names and worshiped in many ways, we bring before you this city. We bring before you those who live and here and want to speak to how the city is built and those who are entrusted to lead. We ask for wisdom and grace over the mayor, each commissioner, all those that are here to serve. We pray that wisdom would outlast any seasons of headlines, of questions. Lord, we just pray that you would cover us. Give us courage to choose truth over convenience, humility over strong enough to bear correction. Where trust has been broken, let it be mended. Where records are sealed, where things have happened, where there is question, Lord, we ask that you would bring light. We remember those who serve the city daily. We remember those who rarely make the news, the staff, the department heads, the people answering the phones, those who fix the pipes, who keep the lights on. While the storm passes over, while things happen beyond our control, while the news seems to be out of control, while we can't hardly turn on our computers or our devices without seeing something that breaks our heart. Lord, we pray that you would grant this commission the strength to disagree without contempt, to investigate without vengeance, to govern without losing sight of the families in every corner of the city. Haitian, Cuban, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, longtime residents, the newest arrivals, those who need their government to work. those who need to feel safe in their homes. May this city care more for justice than image, honest in its dealings, faithful with what it has been entrusted to, humble enough to be corrected. Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Let it begin here in this place with each person, with each heart. So may it be. Amen.
Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, number 4. Any requests, withdrawals, and deferments?
Madam Clerk. One second. At the request of Commissioner Chernoff, item number 12.8, which is resolution number R 2026-90, will be deferred to the next commission meeting. At the request of City Manager Williams, item 12.14, which is resolution number R 2026-97, will be pulled from the consent agenda and moved to legislation. At the request of Commissioner Smuckler and Commissioner Sue, item number 12.16, resolution number R 2026-100, and item 12.17, which is resolution number 2026-101, will be pulled from the consent agenda and moved to legislation. At the request of City Manager Williams, item number 14.2, which is ordinance number 2026-11, and item number 14.3, which is ordinance number 2026-12, will be deferred. At the request of City Manager Williams, item number 14.8, resolution R 2026-104, will be deferred to the next commission meeting. At the request of Commissioner Smith, item regarding events costs will be added to a discussion item, which will now be item 18.6. There is an appointment to the library that is to be withdrawn. That's item 16.1. Also, at the request of Commissioner Smith, item number 12.15, which is resolution number R 2026-99, that item will be pulled from the consent agenda and to be heard during legislation. Those are the only items that were brought forward.
Madam Clerk?
Yes?
What happened to 12.14? 12.14.
It was moved. One second.
Who's clarifying what?
I wanted to clarify 12.15 was pulled.
Okay.
12.15 at the request of Commissioner Smith was requested to be pulled.
Okay.
12.14 is, are you looking at the agenda?
Yes. No, I mean, what happened? Is it going to the legislation or is it pulled to the legislation?
Yes, it's
Okay,
under
thank you.
legislation now.
Do I have a
So 12, well, first of all, if the record can reflect that I'm here, but so 12.15 is going to legislation.
Yes, at the request of Commissioner Smith,
That's fine.
if it's voted on.
Do I have a motion and a second?
So I also want to propose that we move the discussion items from last time to be spoken first. Do
I'll
I
second that.
have a second? Okay. Mr.
Okay.
You could speak into the mic so we can hear properly.
Okay.
Is that 2 separate motions or is that one?
I don't know. I mean,
No, I'm moving the discussion items from last time that we didn't complete to the top of the agenda after the consent agenda. And all the discussion items that we left from last time, which was the figure contract, the city attorney accountability, and the proclamation procedure.
And the
Mayor
process
also
for
had one.
ticketing, for giving tickets to events.
Okay.
I just
Oh,
know.
that was in last month as well, right, Commissioner Smuckler? Okay, so the 18.2, 3, 4, and 5 be moved up.
18.1 was also on the last one. That was the mayor's discussion item.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and I'm
Oh, all right, that one too.
I'd rather we have a packed agenda. Can we just not rush? Can we just go through the legislation and get to discussion? I'm happy to move my discussion after everything else, so you guys could go first. But can we just go through the legislation, please?
I don't know. I have Mr. Mayor, can you call a question,
Okay,
please?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 I'm opposed, so it passes as amended. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as proposed?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Personal privilege. I just want to put on the record, there's no way I can listen to what's going on at this meeting and read 3 things that I have to vote on that are put in front of me now. I want that on the record. So maybe I have to say a no vote because I have to know what I'm voting for. And I have said this. I think this is my 12th time for saying, so it's an even dozen. I read this and I review it with the manager, and I'm appreciative of his comments, and he teaches me, and sometimes I teach him. So I just want it on the record that I cannot do the right job for the residents that voted for me, having 3 things brought to me now. As I sit here, I'm supposed to read all this.
I agree.
And listen to you, because I don't want you to be the object of your next email that the commissioners don't pay attention when we come to speak. I pay attention, I hear what you're saying, and I don't want to miss a word. So I want it on the record again that there's no way I can do that. We could take a break for 20 minutes and I could read all 3. I'm a slow reader, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Smith,
Circle words I don't know and I look them up.
you're
I mean,
absolutely correct. This is not right.
I agree as well. I mean, can we move this to a separate meeting, or, I mean,
I don't know what we're going to do because this is all important.
yeah, we have the charter amendment here.
I'm going to use my personal minute to ask the manager, have you read these? These 3? Have you seen them, read them?
No, ma'am. I have.
Well, the whole agenda is supposed to go through the manager, and he hasn't even seen them.
Well, it's not his items, just to clarify. Yeah.
Do you want to defer those 3 items, or
No, well, we can't defer
I don't think
14.7.
No, except for the ballot items? Can we defer the other 2?
I would suggest we do it until
Okay.
we
Okay.
have an opportunity to review it.
Mayor, there are a couple of settlements that are very simple. If the commission, after hearing it, decides to defer them, that's fine, but I don't think
you're-
they're going to be. My mic is on, sir. I'm talking right into it. I'm talking right into the mic. I don't know what else to do. The mic is an inch and a half from my mouth. I don't know what else to do. But I just would say, if the commission, after hearing them, decides you want to defer them, that's fine. But they're really very simple. Those 2 are very simple settlement issues. They're not complicated in any way. And why don't you at least get to them? And then if there's a motion to defer, you can defer them then.
Okay.
What about the charter amendment?
It's still.
We want to just go through it, and when we
it's in
haven't had time to read
It's
it?
in legislation, so we're going to get to it. It's already.
Well, we just got it just now, so that's why I'm bringing this up to you.
You mean the question?
Yeah.
Ballot question. Yeah,
Correct,
we're going to be discussing it in legislation. Oh, we can't delay because of time.
Exactly. It's due on the 24th.
Yeah, so we're going to discuss it today. Next item on the agenda is
Consent.
presentation.
Public comment.
Public comment.
Oh, no, it was presentation, but it says public comment. Madam Clerk?
Presentation,
It says presentation, but,
right.
We don't have
oh, no,
anything on.
presentations. Okay. Public comment. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility at all times. And where's the sign-in sheet? Our first two signed speakers are Rudy Moise and Whitney Padot.
Good evening, Mr. Council, Mr. Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. Buenas tardes todos. Bonjour tout le monde. My name is Dr. Rudolph Moise, and I'm a congressional candidate for District 24. The new district goes from Hollywood to Jackson Memorial Hospital and from Lejeune Road to Biscayne. Unfortunately, only part of North Miami Beach is included in it. They changed that. I came to this country 55 years ago with very little, but with a strong determination to build a better future. This country has given me a lot of opportunities, and I spent my life giving back. As a physician, I took care of patients. As a colonel in the Air Force, I served our nation. As an attorney, I stood up for justice. And as an entrepreneur, I created jobs. This campaign is not about me. It's about the people. It's about building bridges, not building walls. It's about creating opportunities, not division. It's about bringing real-life experience and common sense, problem solving to Washington, to lower cost. Number two, to strengthen the economy, to serve our veterans, to fight for Social Security and Medicare, and to help grow a small business, and to ensure that every child, every young adult, every senior has a voice and a future. I don't believe in shouting the loudest. I believe in listening first, understanding the problem, bring people together, and getting results. That's how I practice medicine, and that's how I've led organization, and this is how I'm going to serve in Congress. I would be honored to earn your trust, your vote, and your support. Together, we can make a stronger, a healthier, more affordable, and more united District 24. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor, Commission, City Managers, City Attorney, City Clerk's Office. My name is Whitney Padot. I reside in Lazule Residence in the City of North Miami Beach. Oh, man. I'm going to discuss about item 14.7 as a charter committee review. I'm very disappointed that the ballot questions was not attached to the actual agenda. The agenda was posted regularly. I know the city clerk done their job, but however, from the record, seeing that the city manager and city commission have not reviewed it today, it is very disheartening because it wastes everybody's time. Residents, the ones that volunteer, city staff, city commission, we had a special meeting about this. We had discussions about this. We had a lot of debates. To the fact that there's no transparency and everything is not being presented on the agenda in a timely fashion should really be investigated to figure out what is going on, especially this important item. Those who have not read this item, you should vote no, because there's no transparency. It was not posted accurately. The residents have not reviewed this item. And at the end of the day, if we don't follow the rules or the laws and do things the proper way, people is not going to trust into the process. I know a lot of people put in a lot of work to follow the process the right way, and somebody basically made a mistake. They should own up, confess, and have a discussion, investigation on why this has happened. But if it's a pattern, then we have to look into it so this does not happen ever again. So I know a lot of people here tonight. I want to be mindful of people's time. Thank you, and hopefully everyone have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Bruce Cousins, and then Irene Pellinger.
Good evening, and I'll spare all the individual introductions. Obviously, the mayor, the commission, the management, the staff, and that better? All right, okay. I was going to talk about some stuff, but the people that preceded me, they really did a 10 times better job
Sir?
than me. I see why you run for your office. I
Sir,
see
can you
the
please state your
pleasure
name?
that you bring to. Oh, Bruce Cousins. I thought you did. Okay,
Thank you.
I'm Bruce Cousins, and I'm a resident of North Miami Beach for longer than I want to admit. We're talking decades. Okay. So the presentations that you did, the honors that you gave, I saw the smile and the happiness that you delivered to all those people. And you know what else I saw? I saw the effect it had on you. And I listened to your speeches and the proclamations about what you're going to do for this generation and for future generations. And all I was going to try and do today was remind you that each one of you picked someone for the Charter Review Committee. They don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have to depend upon being reelected. They were asked to give their heart out and their brain, and you can see the quality of people that were on that committee, present company excluded. And it's just so important that for you not to invest. They did a special meeting on steroids. They did it week after week after week with heavy discussions, and we got into it a lot of times. And what came out of it, absolutely, once in 10 years, when you're asked to review the charter and learn from the holes that were left in it the last time and make improvements and recognize that things change and we have to change, all I want you to do is remember those times and to whatever's left of that committee, whatever hasn't been decided because it was given to them at the time of the meeting instead of what it should have been given to them. Just want you to remember that and to vote your conscience on what's best for this generation of the city and what the future is. And to me, that starts with safety. And from what I can see, that was absolutely ignored. That is your first priority. That, again, this isn't a business. We don't have an exit strategy. We're not trying to sell to a stockholder a profit. We're here to continue to put smiles on people's faces and to develop good citizens generation after generation in a climate that is conducive of that. So I just simply like you to ask you to do the right thing and continue to put smiles on generations of people's faces and, of course, provide for safety. The committee recognized that immediately without a dog in the fight. They gave you some really good advice, and I think it warrants your attention. Thanks much. Have a great day. I'll shut up.
Next speaker.
Irene Pellinger. I'm here on behalf of Friends of the Library. Libraries throughout the state have friends groups, nonprofit organizations which are permitted to engage in charitable and educational activities, including fundraising and providing services to the public. In the past few months, back of the library workings have been questioned and made to seem sinister. Wine has been served at the library for many years, yet complaints triggered a police raid. What motivated these newfound concerns? What really irks me is that the staff was told to stop collecting money on the Friends' behalf, and our receipt book has been taken out of the library. Money collected for various programs go to Friends of the Library as donations. In return, we fund supplemental activities. Trusted employees collect the money and give receipts. We have never had any issues until now. Since its establishment in 2017, Library Friends has worked in concert with the library director and staff. Manager Ana Garcia helped kick off the library summer camp, Esmond Scott used the library for community events to take advantage of the funding provided by friends. Arthur Suri, Mario Diaz, and Andrew Plotkin did not have an issue with us either. The summer program at the library emphasizes reading and learning with demonstrated reading score improvement at absolutely no cost to the city until now. The fees collected to pay for the reading teacher who measures reading levels, as well as subsidized field trips, magic shows, pizza parties, and so much more. This year, after the first field trip, we were told by the interim director of the library that grant money would cover all camp activities and declined additional funds from us. My email dated July 1st to all of you described the grant in detail and specified that none of the 3 activities described in the grant took place. How will grant usage be substantiated to the state if funds were used for something else? Since we aren't funding summer activities, Friends has no choice but to return the money to the families that made these donations. We've refunded all but 5. When I asked that a note, a simple note, be given to certain campers with my personal contact information, staff was told they could not distribute the note. The HR director informed Friends that direct outreach to staff outside designated channel is not appropriate and should cease. If Friends cannot work directly with the staff, how can we support the library? I have just 2 more sentences.
I'll give you 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. It could be that someone new questions how things are done. It could be that they don't like how we do things and want to make changes. There's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong is to imply that what Friends and staffers did in the past was wrong or deceitful. It was right for the past 9 years. And this is the note.
Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask a question of the,
Okay, Commissioner Smith.
what was the purpose of giving out, may I ask, what was the purpose of giving out your phone number?
Louise and I sat at the library 2 mornings to greet parents and contact them and tell them that we had checks for them. There are still some parents who we have not been able to meet with. And the note was to go to those parents, and it's asking them to text me so they could get a refund. That's all it is doing. You're welcome.
Susan Sanders and Trish Miller.
I do apologize. I'm getting slower every week. Thank you. Whoops. Okay. I need a little exercise. Okay. Well, thank you. My name is Susan Sandus. I think all of you at the podium know, and many other people here. And I'm with the Library Friends Group. I helped start that organization, and I'm very proud of what we've accomplished in giving the people of this community more service. I arrived at NMB in 1995, and I came from the West, and I came from an Air Force brat background, and I'd never been to Florida in my life. And I met some wonderful people, and I had, I guess I could say, a really good time working at the library and working with the people who came in there. I worked as head of reference, and I worked as head of adult services. And then eventually at one point, for a few years, I was the city manager, sure I was. I was the library manager, and I enjoyed that, but I wanted to go back to working with people. I was no good at just sitting at a desk and doing paperwork and anyway, playing politics. So that's how I ended up here. As a former director and working on the floor with the public also, I think I can offer you a unique perspective about what we are trying to do and why things are done the way they are. I've overseen grants from the state and from ALA. I've attended ALA, American Library Association, pardon me, for financial training programs. I am aware that friends groups throughout Florida and indeed throughout the U.S. take direction from library staff, not from city government. Friends and library staff listen to the public. We are very aware of what people want us to have more of or don't care about by do they circulate. We look at our circulation numbers. We do surveys. We do anything we can to pull in information that tells us what the real people who need us most want and would bring them to the library. In order to work together to create programs, the staff create programs, build staff, and build collections for a multicultural community. This is the way it must be done. It can't start at the top and one person says yes, no, or do this, just like every other department. We are unique, and I think you know that. Many of you have been to many programs at the library. In fact, one of the things I should mention, when applying for grants, the state accepts applications from libraries and friends groups. It does not accept any city government applications for the funding. Each year, this city and all the others submit a report signed by their city manager or the mayor if there's no city manager, and it goes to the Florida Department of State confirming that the library is under the sole leadership of a professional library director. Librarians have to follow the guidelines for the Federal Institute of Museums and Libraries,
Time.
the American Library Association, the State of Florida Department of State, and standards set forth by the Florida Library Association all have things to say about how we should run. And they do not care what city government thinks about it. They're doing the best for the customers. I'm sorry, my time is up. I wish I could say a little more. I have a paragraph left.
No, go finish up.
Okay. No matter the funding source, city government taking away library programs is an overreach, since library programming is not within their scope, as they are not professional librarians. By the way, item 2026-98 on tonight's agenda, and I don't know if it's one you discussed and are doing something with, but it would give money to the Miami-Dade schools for programs we already do. We do GED and ESOL classes, and you don't need to pay any extra money to anybody else for them to be done. The funding should stay in the city and continue to help meet the needs. Thank you, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, Commissioner Turner.
To the city manager, I want to thank all these friends of the library. We love them, okay? They've been great to us over the years, every event that they come to. Could you please see what is the problem and look into this and make them happy again, please?
Absolutely. I do have an open door policy. Every resident gets 30 minutes, and for this team, I'd be more than happy to have a discussion, a group discussion. Please understand the process. So the city commission does not have the authority to hire, fire, promote, or demote any employees. So any complaints that you have about employees are best suited through the office of the city manager. Now, to be clear, some of the things that I've heard, some of the very concerning things that I've heard tonight, in this forum, is my first time hearing them. I would love to hear some of the things, and allow me to give you some examples. There were some statements made about the current interim library director, and I have met with Ms. Pillinger, and I told her then what I shall tell you now. The interim director, unfortunately, Mrs. Adenia Harris, who has been an establishment in this community for quite some time, my wife and I were introduced to the city of North Miami Beach, as many of you know, through Adenia Harris and the library. My wife, who is a breast cancer survivor, was invited to the library with Commissioner Smuckler to provide talks and have an outreach on cancer survivors and for cancer survivors. It is that time that we were introduced appropriately, or myself, as a couple, to the city of North Miami Beach. Now, I would invite each and every one of you to have direct conversations. You'll find that my office is open doors to your concerns and will work diligently and transparently to the best resolution that we possibly can. Thank you.
Anything else?
You're welcome. Trish Miller and Dayanara Torres.
I would like to add just something, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Smith.
So I would like to resolve, Mr. Manager, to make sure that the Friends of the Library are participating in our library. I'd like you at the end of the resolve, and I hope I can get a consensus on that, on an unanimous consensus, because when you see all these women gave up their evening, you're not seeing who they are. They give up their days, they give up their weekends to help our community, and they do it voluntarily. My favorite four-letter F word, they do it for free. So I'd like to see at the end resolve that the meetings of the minds can be where it needs to be, that they're back in our library. And I hope my fellow commissioners will agree.
Absolutely.
Ms. Hillinger,
Yeah, no, the issue we're discussing tonight is not about a city employee. It is about directives from the city manager's office. So who do we go to? You're the bosses of the city manager. So this has now gotten a little bit twisted. And we were told that we cannot work directly with the city staff, with the library staff. And we work very closely with them.
Mr. Mayor? So when the statement is made that there were directives coming from my office,
Yes.
I will stand firmly on every directive I provide, and I usually provide them in writing as an executive order or policy or procedure. The notion that I have provided any directive to, that the library does not even report directly to me. The library reports to Assistant City Manager Andrew Plotkin. So just as you said how particular the library is, there are 16 other departments that report to the city manager. So the notion that I am intimately involved or providing directives on the day-to-day operations of your library facilities, that is false. It is false.
I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. I think that these directives, and I have an email, came directly from the HR director who reports to you. Yes. So we were told that we can no longer work directly with staff. And if we cannot work directly with staff, we cannot function and we cannot do anything to benefit the library. And if our receipt book was taken from the library, we can no longer ask for donations. So we are stuck. And I replied that we are on hiatus now. We have canceled our meetings. We cannot supply the end of the summer prizes because they've turned into a huge project, and I will have to work intimately with the head librarian and with the public, in fact. So if we are being told that we cannot work, then that's it. We can't work.
Okay, so as you stated, the directive apparently that you are concerned about came from the HR director. Okay. And as you appropriately stated, the HR director does report to me. So I would be happy to review, discuss, resolve any concerns that you may have about directives that you receive are inappropriate or improper or impede you from doing your business. And as I will also state, even if you put some of this in an email that I am copied on, that is not for me. I try to review all of the emails, but I have an open door policy. If you believe something is coming from my office and it's under my authority and my power, my command, please You of all people have my own personal cell phone number.
I do.
So I've always made myself available for conversations with you. And I will open that up to each and every one of you that are here tonight. Rather than go through innuendos and assumptions, I will have the conversation directly. That doesn't mean we'll agree on everything. We may not, but you will hear directly from me what my position is on any of the concerns that you may have.
Thank you.
Oh, that's the answer. The answer is a private a meeting with you or your group or whoever and the manager to see what can be worked out.
And it's important for the manager's office to understand what Susan said, that according to the state statutes, it is the library director who is responsible for the library. And even though it keeps being called a department of the city, it is not like any other department of the city. A library is an institution. It comes under the national something of libraries and museums. It is not, it doesn't work the way other city departments work. It has different rules and obligations.
I believe the manager alluded to that, so I heard him say it clearly. So you'll meet with the manager, and maybe you'll have a second meeting with the manager and the director of the library, and we'll get this taken care of because we have a commission meeting to go to.
Thank you. I thank you all for your time.
Commissioner, you had, Vice Mayor, you had a thought? Because I didn't want to cut. Hang on. I had a thought.
So I know that this is not typically how we do public comment with responses, but obviously this is something that's super important to the community, and so we're going this route with it. But I'm hearing there's a meeting that's going to take place. Honestly, I don't even have a synopsis of what's going on, a full understanding of what's.
I sent emails.
Well, no, there were emails that were sent, but these emails, if you have to piece these things together, you don't know the genesis of what's going on, and you see what I'm trying to say?
You only see one side.
So it's like you're trying to piece things together, but don't have the full story, especially in regards to Idania, who's been here for so many years. And if she is going to leave.
She left.
Well, what I'm saying is someone like that, if they leave the city of North Miami Beach, deserve, to be recognized for all of the work that they've put into the library, not under the cover of darkness, So I think whatever's happening, and with respect to the manager's office and his work and what he has to do, policies and procedures, et cetera, I think the commission should get a synopsis of what's going on at the library, what changes have been made, why they've been made, and where we are at this present time. Once we have that synopsis, then we can understand whether or not his meeting with you is actually fruitful, right? So, Mr. Manager, through the mayor, if we can get that synopsis as to what's going on, with the library, with the Friends of the Library relationship, at some point you can send an email, and let us know what's going on and how we're going to move forward. That would be good, because I don't have a full understanding of everything that's taking place.
Mr. Manager, before you start, because like I said, we don't do this back and forth. We can have a further discussion in your report if need be. So, next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Trish Miller. Wow. I don't understand why HR was involved to begin with. One of the things I did want to bring up is that I think we do need to recognize Idania and her many years of service to the library. I don't know what our plan is, or if there's a plan in play, but she served our library for many years and was recognized nationally as a stellar librarian. And when I asked someone what was going on, I was told they couldn't discuss it because it was all still under investigation. What does that mean? Everywhere we go, I feel like there's gaslighting. Why would you get a report that you've never read? Our commissioner. I don't want our commissioner to vote on a report she's never read. That she wouldn't be informed. And then you get these flyers in the mail talking about wanting to be having your community represented by one individual, when really it's not about that at all. It's about extending the right to keep going, even though you've served out your 2 terms. You want to extend the term. That's what it's really about. It's gaslighting. And that we have people funding this who really aren't from the Commission for Safer Schools or the Commission for a Better NMB. They're really about the Commission for Desert Corporation. Let's talk about what's really going on here. Who's really funding everything? And why do we have people sitting up here who represent us who work for lobbyists on the side? There's so much gaslighting going on. And then you tell us, don't vote against having your property taxes reduced. Us homeowners, retired homeowners, no, you don't want your property taxes reduced because we need your money. For what? All right, I'm tired of my money being wasted. I'm over it. And if I could think that everybody was spending our money, responsibly, maybe I would feel differently. I'm very involved in the city. I love our city. I'm involved all over the place, and I'm in the swimming classes. I'm in the classes at the library. I take advantage of everything, but I still don't want people wasting my money. So I just want to know that everybody here is working for the good of NMB and not for the good of term limits or lack thereof.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, Deputy, City Attorney, I don't know where he is, but Assistant City Manager. I was going to speak on some other topic, but this is something that came up when I was sitting down, and thank you to Whitney and Bruce for bringing it up.
Your name, please?
When I was reading it, Dayanara Torres, 2241 Northeast 170th Street, North Miami Beach. And I'm appalled, and I'll tell you why. Commissioner Smith, in our safety meetings, you say we speak to our neighbors, correct? I do. And you know what our neighbors say? They don't want to come to council meetings because it seems all over the place all the time. And I see it tonight with Resolution 14.7. What happened today, it reinforces the perception that we deserve leadership that is prepared, transparent, and accountable. We owe them thoughtful decision-making, proper review of agenda items and meetings that inspire confidence, not confusion. How is it that I go to other council meetings in other cities, and you know what? They get briefed with the city manager, and they sit down and they go over stuff that are on that agenda item. I know. I work for a city. And it comes down to it. City leadership, unfortunately, today, I saw what it's not. What it's not. And you know what? When I speak to neighbors, Commissioner Phyllis Smith, you know what they tell me? They say, we're losing confidence in our city. We're not being told. We don't want to go. What? What for? And you know why? Because every time they come or they see it on TV, they see everybody going back and forth, and it goes to 12 midnight, and we're still confused about what's going on sometimes. That's uncalled for. We should not be doing this. And tonight, I just tell you, our community deserves better. Residents deserve meetings, and I had to write this down because I want to make sure that I say it tonight, that we're prepared, respectful of the public's time, and center on thoughtful decision-making. We owe them leadership that listens, plans, and acts with integrity. Okay? And I'm sorry how I'm sounding tonight, but I have to. Because to have something on an agenda item, this is something uncalled for. I know because I get this all the time. Tomorrow I have a council meeting that I have to attend. And guess what? We're briefed. We know what is going on here. And to have to sit here and not understand what's happening because you had a special meeting and still were confused about what was put on 14.7 resolution number what? R2026103? That's a shame. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Speaker.
Carol Sacco, and then Ariel Vasquez.
Good evening, members of the North Miami Beach community. My name is Carol Sacco. I'm the president of the Period Chapter at Baylor University, and I am joined with...
My name is Jacob Gabriel Orozco. I am treasurer and financials manager.
Before we begin, I'd like to say thank you to Commissioner Smuggler for inviting us to present on this topic. We truly appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on an issue that affects the health, dignity, and well-being of so many in our community. Our chapter works to advance menstrual equity by expanding access to free menstrual products through advocacy, education, and community service. Over the past year, we've worked to increase access on campus, listen to student needs, and support our surrounding community. These experiences have reinforced one simple truth. Access to menstrual products is not a convenience, it's a necessity. And tonight, we ask the City of North Miami Beach to join the growing movement to ensure these essential products are accessible to everyone who needs them. Period poverty is real, and it affects people in every community. Nearly 1 in 4 students struggles to afford period products. Because menstrual products are not covered by SNAP or WIC, many individuals and families are left to cover this essential monthly expense entirely out of pocket. As a result, students have missed class, employees have missed work, and many people are unable to fully participate in schoolwork and community activities, not because they choose to, but because they're lacking that access to basic menstrual products. The reality is simple. Period products are a necessity that's not a luxury. Multiple organizations across Miami are already joining the menstrual equity movement. The City of North Miami, under the leadership of Vice Mayor Cassandra Timothy, implemented free period care in 18 public restrooms. And to do so, the city partnered with Aunt Flo, a certified woman-owned business that supplies freely accessible period care in more than 70,000 restrooms nationwide. Aunt Flo has made implementing period care affordable for cities. North Miami invested approximately $8,500 in dispenser hardware, with annual costs for tampons and pads totaling roughly $5,000 to $10,000. Today, those products are available across 15 city locations, including city halls, parks, and gyms, ensuring community members have access whenever they need them. Tonight, we respectfully ask the City of North Miami Beach to allocate funding to provide free menstrual products in public facilities. The estimated cost for hardware and 1 year supply, based on research from Aunt Flo, would be around $20,000. North Miami Beach can consider various places to start, and this amount can adjust to meet budget. We encourage the City of North Miami to follow North Miami's example and join the growing movement to make menstrual products freely accessible in public spaces. Thank you again to Commissioner Smuggler for the opportunity to share our perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. And I'd like through the city manager to see if maybe this is something that we may be able to implement in the parks.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's something that I feel is really important, and actually, and as a woman, something very private.
Mhm.
But I think that our parks, like in Highland Village and in Washington Park and Allen Park and Ulita, these would be very essential for the girls. And sometimes I remember my mother telling me when she had her menstrual cycle, she didn't even know about it. Like, she just went to the bathroom and she was never informed because it was something wasn't talked about. And it still happens in so many communities that the parents don't teach the children. So I'm just hoping that we can educate and help the girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So if someone can reach out to them, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ariel Vasquez.
You hear me? Okay, yes. I'm Ariel Vasquez, representing Stronger NMB. I am the vice chairman, and I reside in 1270 Northeast 178th Street. And I just wanted to come up and just last month meeting, they mentioned, one of the commission mentioned that they want to give me a tour of Eastern Shores. And I want to give you a little bit of background. I've been living here since '93. I went to Grenos Park, went to JFK, NMB. I worked in beautification for 11 years. I was in charge of the sprinkler system. And I know what priority is. And priority is Eastern Shores. Whenever there was anything broken, when there was anything wrong, I don't care if there was no money in the budget for it, that always had to be fixed. And no matter what time it was, if there was a sprinkler turned on at 3 in the morning on a Sunday, they will call to make sure that was turned off, because The baby of our city is Eastern Shores, and I understand that they pay high taxes, but at the end of the day, who doesn't pay taxes? So I'm here to let you know that we want fair opportunity. What's good for them should be good for others. The same wasn't. It is not the same for when it came to Washington Park, for Yulita, for Oak Grove. If anything was broken, they would say, "Wait for the budget, wait for October, wait for another time." I had another gentleman said that the east side, the west side has everything. We have the swimming pools, we have the parks. Correct, we do. But at the same time, Eastern Shores, they don't need a swimming pool. Majority of all their residents have their own pool. And they don't have a park, but they have Olita. And if they did have some square land, you can imagine the investors that would be crazy to put their hands on it. So I'm not here to say that Eastern Shores is better than us or nothing like that, because at the end of the day, we're one city. But I do believe that we do need equal representation. So that's why I'm here representing all NMB, that should be what's good for them should be good for all of us. So I don't need a tour of Eastern Shores. I see what's going on. They were the first city to have sewer. And if they can have sewer, why can't we have sewer? So we do need the upgrade. We cannot be living on the Stone Age. This city's been here for 100 years, and when I go knocking on doors, people are tired of these septic tanks. So I believe that we should look forward for the future, because this is what the city needs. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Next speaker.
Randy Mesidor, and then Livens Jean.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Managers, City Attorney, City Clerks, and residents. My name is Wendley Mesidor. I am a proud 20-year resident of North Miami Beach, 20 years, 2 decades. I can't believe I'm saying that now. I remember when I first moved here. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Jay Chernoff for recognizing me and the commission for honoring me today. I truly appreciate this recognition and the opportunity to serve our community. I also want to encourage the city to continue investing in our North Miami Beach Library. I really do care about the library. So I want to see the library advance. I remember as a child, I used to come to the library. My father used to bring me to the library. I seen how they move around, where the front desk used to be by the door, the front desk used to be by the door, and now they do the renovation. The computer used to be on that side, so they did the whole renovation. So I want that. So our library is a place where children develop a love for reading, student success, and family connect, and residents access valuable resources. As an educator, I know that investing in our children and our library is investing in the future of North Miami Beach. Like I said, I come to NMB, I go to NMB library a lot. Before we even had computer in a house, that's where we used to spend the whole day. After school, we used to go there. So seeing what's happening to the library, sometimes we don't have enough money. They got the summer program. I like to put on the record, I do have a child of my own as well, so I want to be able to bring her to that library so she could enjoy the wonderful thing I used to enjoy as a child. So please invest in the library, fight for the library, fight for the library. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Livens Jean. I live at 310 East Drive. Before I start, I need to call the chief officer police. My chief, come up front. I need to see you up front. Up front, everybody, my chief. You so good.
No, you can't.
Let him come in. You do a good job. Let him come in.
No. With all decorum,
I'm proud
it
of
has
you.
to go.
You do a good job in my neighborhood. You do a good job for everybody in this neighborhood. And first of all, I'd like to tell you thank you. You had a two good officer. You know his name? Fabian. And the second one, Berbin. I don't know if everybody know Bourbon here, Fabian and Bourbon. They come over to East Drive, the way I stay in East Drive for 2001 and East Drive. I live on the corner. And I quest to the street, East Drive, very terrible. And the remodel, thank you for that, the remodel. Only one thing I'm going to request that, the Fabian and Bourbon, they come over to 2 hours, stand on the corner. They know exactly, people still are driving more speeding than East Drive. I request that the second, third time, we need the speed bump in this neighborhood because the street remodel, people going to work to Jackson, 5:30 in the morning to 6, crazy driving, until to 8, crazy driving. I don't want something happen, so that's why I called the police officer. And thank you for that, my man. Thank you so much. Keep doing a good job. So
right.
I really appreciate that. You can sit down.
Through the manager.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all. Keep doing a good job. So I don't want to come back here. I request for this. Only one thing. I don't need nothing else. The East Drive need a speed bump. Too many kids in this area. Bicycle, people walking on the street. We need a speed bump, please. Thank you and God bless.
Next speaker.
Eunice Flowers, Ruth Ogan, and then Bruce Lamberto.
I may go over a few seconds respectfully. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, members of the city staff, and my fellow residents. My name is Eunice Flowers, and I live in City Center. Tonight, I'd like to respectfully offer a thought that comes from my years in education. One of the first lessons based on the psychology of people we learn as teachers is that if we spend all of our time responding to those students who are disrupting the classroom, we unintentionally send a message to every other student who is doing the right thing. We teach them that their effort, their character, and their contributions are less visible than the disruption. Over time, that can diminish morale. It can reduce participation and create a culture where negative behavior receives the greatest reward, attention. I believe the same principle can apply to cities. Local government, understandably, spends a great deal of time addressing problems: crime, code enforcement, infrastructure, budgeting, and conflict. Those responsibilities are essential. But if the only stories we tell about our city are the problems we're trying to solve, we risk overlooking the thousands of residents, businesses, educators, volunteers, first responders, nonprofit leaders, artists, and the young people who quietly make North Miami Beach stronger every single day. Public institutions do more than solve problems. They also shape culture. Research in organizational leadership constantly shows that recognition enforces the behaviors that we hope to see. Communities thrive when people believe their contributions are noticed and valued. Civic pride is not created by accident. It is cultivated through intentional acts of appreciation and shared celebration. Recognition has a multiplier effect. As we celebrate our city's centennial, I implore this city to consider hosting an annual city gala. I heard it was off the table. A well-executed gala could honor and highlight amazing, distinguished residents, volunteers, and city staff who have contributed positively to this community, while also generating revenue, lowering ticket prices through strategic investment, and boosting morale. I would also like to suggest creating a commemorative centennial memorabilia, such as a limited edition NMB centennial coin, a dreidel, or a Christmas ornament. In doing so, we would demonstrate thoughtful stewardship of public resources by prioritizing meaningful community impact. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Ogan.
I attended 4 or 5 Charter Review Committee meetings as an observer, and I saw firsthand the time, effort, and dedication the committee members put in reviewing our city charter. Whether everyone agrees with every recommendation or not, these members took their responsibility seriously. They discussed the issues, explained their reasoning, and worked to recommend changes they believed were the best interest of our city and its residents. That is why I was extremely surprised to see that the supporting documents explaining these proposed charter changes are not included with tonight's agenda. These changes must be submitted to the county by this Friday. Yet here we are, just days before the deadline, and the residents and apparently the commission do not have all the necessary supporting documents readily available to review. How did this happen? Either these documents were intentionally left off the agenda, or this represents a serious failure in preparing for tonight's meeting. Neither explanation is acceptable. Residents should not have to come to a commission meeting without being given the information necessary to understand changes that could affect how our city is governed. The charter belongs to the people of North Miami Beach. Any proposed changes should be presented openly, clearly, and with enough time for both the commission and the public to review them before decisions are made. With a Friday deadline, the fact that we are still missing these documents tonight is simply outrageous. The residents of North Miami Beach deserve transparency, proper preparation, and better than this.
Mubarak Kazan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. A few meetings ago, I came here and I heard your city attorney says that he sent you some sort of email and it shall or something, and he was speaking about some petition, Stronger NMB, aka Weaker NMB. That is a sort of like a desert group that is pushing a nonsensical petition that we need to have the cities divided. And he's saying that even though you did not, he implied that even if you have not read that email, it shall move forward. So if you want to pass our legislation, you don't have to come to here. You just pass it to the city attorney. He's going to claim that he sent out an email and no response. It passes. That petition, that Stronger NMB, aka Weaker NMB, have never came here before for a vote. I went through 2 petitions before, myself and Bruce Lamberto. And always it had to go through not only the attorney, but the mayor and city council at that time to get an approval. Things don't work here party way because you're a Democrat and your Democrat friends come in here and you're gonna give them a help to pass a petition. I don't care if it's Democrat, I don't care if it's Republican or an NPA like myself, I don't care. It has to go through the normal channels and you 7 people have to vote for it. I move on. Tonight, again, the city attorney, he's trying a thing like what he did with the Charter Review Committee, where things don't really get to come before us on time. And the questions, I mean, we paying like $50,000 a month for a standby attorney that comes just part-time and just spend a couple hours every week and nothing can get done. You have to hire people who is dedicated to this city, who would come 8 hours and probably work even in the night. And you have to get back the 4 attorneys. We're wasting time here. And the trick is that some people, which I've seen the voting pattern, don't want the Charter Review questions to move forward. They want it all squashed. And if you a special meeting you can call within 24 hours.
15 seconds.
I think you may need to have a 24 hours, call a special meeting and have this done properly. Thank you very much for having me.
Speaker.
Good evening, Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores. I'm just backing up the Whitney, Bruce Cousins, Mubarak on this. I'm in agreement, full agreement with this. This is not a way to run a city. I mean, this charter review, I was on one 10 years ago. It worked like clockwork. It went before the city attorney who approved it, went before the commission, it was approved, and it got put on a ballot. And we're playing games here. This is not good. We have these dedicated people doing this. Each one of you appointed these people, and this is not good. I don't know where your check valve is here, but it seems to be in this area here. Please do not operate like this. You heard it again here tonight about this, how the east side gets everything. You also heard Mr. Jean come up here with the police chief and tell him how great his police coverage is in Ulita area. I don't know what he's talking about, that our light bulbs get changed instantly. I'm not even aware of that. I've been there over 40 years. I've never seen that happen. As far as our pools go, most of the people that live in Eastern Shores are in the over 55 buildings. That's where your population is over there. There's over 5,300 residents in Eastern Shores, and more than 3,000 of them are in the over 55 fixed income bracket. Most of those people don't have swimming pools or a rec facility or a little park to walk around in. And as far as us getting everything, I mean, it's just kind of the reverse of that. Washington Park's getting a $30 million facility. We have a postage stamp for a little tot lot. That's it. You got the park in Oleta, you got the gym in Oleta, you got a gym at Allen Park, 6 or 8 blocks away from Washington Park. So the concentration of facilities is on the west side. So this division that he's trying to create about the people on the east side is just a fallacy. They call it FOS, full of you know what. So please don't buy it. And then finally, Mr. Mayor, you've been getting in a lot of trouble lately, and I blame it not on you, but on your aide. Your aide wasn't here to defend you and protect you. Keep those lobbyists away from you and keep those no-bid contractors from bringing you pastelitos. I'm going to apply for that job, so I just hope you'll consider me because I'll keep you out of trouble. I promise I'll keep you out of trouble. Maybe they'll even make you mayor of the year after I get done with you. So just keep it in mind, my application will be turned in tomorrow, so I hope you'll consider me. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Ketley Josham.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Ketley Joachim. Seems I'm losing my voice. First, I would like to thank Commissioner Mackenzie Fleurimont for the proclamation and Commissioner Jay Chernoff for the key of the city to my mom. And all of you had something to do with it. I would like to explain about East Drive. East Drive is a shortcut for everyone that's exiting the highway and going to Jackson North. So therefore, the road has not been paved in years, and we were having problems over there. So the city decided to find some funds that were left over from work done at Eastern Shores to pave the road in East Drive. After it was done, we thought that they were going to put some speed bump, but because we could not get the speed bump, the police department had to send a couple of police officers to see exactly what was going on there. I think that's why Mr. Jean was thanking the police chief about it. One of the things I like to speak about is the resident of this city. We give up our times to make a difference in these boards. And you will find that a lot of people do not want to sign up to be on the boards anymore because of the interference that's happening. One case is your city attorney trying to do away with the Code Enforcement Board. Years ago, they took half of the code enforcement items and give it to a magistrate. That means we all, the resident, are paying a magistrate, a judge to come here and do the work, while the rest of us are giving our time free. Now, your city attorney that you all are responsible for have a problem and want to bring a magistrate to do the residential portion of code that we, the resident who live here, are doing freely. If the city have so much money that they want to waste on a magistrate, why not do something about it for the resident? The residents, we are sick and tired of money being wasted paying people that don't live in our city, that really is no use to us. We are here, your neighbors, trying to do the right thing. A lot of you know Peter Rowland. He's tired of this. That's why he stopped coming, because of all this interference. Magistrate to the left, magistrate to the right. Please do something and start really looking into it. You hire these charter officer. Make sure they do the right thing by the residents.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That was the last time speaker, Mayor.
All right, next item is
Announcements.
say that again, Madam Clerk?
Announcements.
Announcements. Madam Clerk.
What is it? Public comment is closed. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, City Manager, and staff. Yeah, okay. My name is Patrick Blanchard, and I represent the Communications Department, and these are your announcements.
Hello, everyone. I'm Adrienne DeRosen, your AV and Communications Technician within the Communications, Events, and Production Division here in the great city of North Miami Beach. We got a lot happening around the city this summer, so go ahead, sit back, and take a look at what's coming up. We're back with another edition of your City Commission meeting announcements, bringing you the latest events, updates, and opportunities to stay connected. The summer season is in full swing, bringing opportunities to connect, celebrate, and stay involved. From community events to key city updates, here's what's coming up as we continue our centennial year and strengthen engagement across our community. We're rolling into an exciting new chapter for transportation in North Miami Beach. Residents are invited to attend the official launch of the new NMB bus line service, as well as the addition of 2 on-demand vehicles at a ribbon-cutting ceremony Thursday, July 23rd from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Marjorie William McDonald Center. This special event is in collaboration with Procel Mobility, another milestone in our centennial year and another exciting step forward for North Miami Beach. Good company is always on the menu. Join us for the senior luncheon on Friday, July 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Advance registration is required through the Parks and Recreation main office. Registered participants will enjoy an afternoon of delicious food, fellowship, and conversation while celebrating the wonderful seniors in our community, because some of the best memories are made around the table. The celebrations continue with our Centennial Block Party in Skylake. Residents and neighbors in the Skylake community will be hosting another fabulous family fun Centennial Block Party on Sunday, July 26th at the Roundabout at Northeast 188th Terrace and Northeast 20th Court from 5 to 8 p.m. The City of North Miami Beach invites everyone to enjoy an evening of music, games, and community connection. Good neighbors, great music, great memories, and plenty of Centennial spirit. The city welcomes all residents to connect with the Miami-Dade Tax Collector Mobile Unit on Tuesday, July 28th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Library. The mobile unit will assist with driver's licenses, identification cards, vehicle registrations, disabled parking permits, and other tax collector related services. A list of required documents is available on the NMB City website. Save yourself a trip to the tax collector's office and let the services come to you. Next on the calendar is the Condo Connect North Miami Beach Forum. NMB invites condominium board members, property managers, homeowners, residents, and industry professionals to attend Condo Connect North Miami Beach, Tuesday, July 28th at 6 to 8 p.m. at the Marjorie William McDonald Center. The event is a free educational forum designed to help condominium communities understand recent legislative changes and local condominium ordinances. Admission is free, but registration is required, helping our condominium communities stay informed, one conversation at a time. The curtain is about to rise on another unforgettable summer. North Miami Beach Parks and Recreation proudly presents Legends Reloaded, One Last Encore, the annual summer camp show on Thursday, July 30th, at the Julius Littman Performing Arts Theater. The performance gives campers the opportunity to showcase everything they've learned throughout the summer for their families and supporters. It's a fitting finale to a summer filled with creativity, friendship, and fun. Mark your calendars for the first joint National Night Out, school supplies giveaway, and health fair on Tuesday, August 4th from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Come and enjoy the fun with your family for food trucks, demonstrations, displays, games, music, free haircuts, as well as arts and crafts. Pre-registration is required for NMB residents. Don't miss your chance to join Commissioner Phyllis Smith, City Manager Darvin Williams, and Police Chief Juan Panios for another informative Safety First Town Hall, Thursday, August 6th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the New St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church, located at 1550 Northeast 152nd Terrace. This is another opportunity for residents to share concerns, ask questions, and learn about important topics impacting our community, including public safety, traffic, sanitation, and hurricane preparedness. Your questions matter, and your voice helps shape our community. Another neighborhood, another reason to celebrate 100 years together. Residents and neighbors in the Allen Park community will be hosting a family fun Centennial Block Party on Saturday, August 8th from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Allen Park de Leonardis Youth Center. NMB invites everyone to enjoy an evening of family fun, music, entertainment, and neighborhood pride. Admission is free and open to the public. And before we turn the page to a brand new school year, summer may be winding down, but the fun isn't over yet. Join the North Miami Beach Discovery Library for the end of summer back to school bash on Sunday, August 9th from 2 to 5 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Families can enjoy live performances, summer reading prizes, a grand prize raffle, concessions, and family-friendly activities as we celebrate another successful summer reading program. And get ready for the new school year. It's the perfect way to wrap up summer and welcome a brand new school year. And finally, we arrive at the grand finale of today's announcements, one of the signature celebrations of our centennial year, the Centennial Symphony Concert. Join us on Saturday, August 22nd, as we celebrate 100 years of North Miami Beach through an unforgettable evening of music, culture, and community. Rather than tell you about it, let's show you.
Happy birthday, North Miami Beach. This is Commissioner Daniela Jean, and we want to send a special invitation to all of our residents as we celebrate our centennial year for our official NMB 100 Centennial Concert happening August 22nd right here at the Littman Theater. This concert is free for all of our residents, and if you are a community partner and would like to attend, your $100 donation will go towards the NMB Educational Fund. So see you there, and remember, it's a black tie event.
As we continue celebrating our centennial year, these events reflect what makes North Miami Beach such a vibrant place to live, work, and connect. For more information on these events and other city initiatives, visit the City of North Miami Beach website or follow at City NMB on social media. Stay connected, stay informed, and keep celebrating 100 years of North Miami Beach. And we'll see you around the city.
Good job.
No, she's gonna come up, but I just
Mayor?
yes, go ahead, because there's still one speaker left, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Apologies.
If you
One
can
more
reopen and close.
Yes. The floor is now reopened for public comment. We have Star Breedlove coming forward. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hope all is doing well. My comment is a quick comment. I want to start off by saying my name is Star Breedlove, a stakeholder in Washington Park in the city of North Miami Beach. I want to start off by saying thank you to the city clerk's office for helping us and facilitating the event for the community outreach for voter registration, having the elections office come out, and we look forward to what we're going to do before November. With that being said, just a quick note that Washington Park is not getting a $30 million pool and park. The city of North Miami Beach is getting that facility. It happens to be located in Washington Park. And it wouldn't be $30 million if this was done many, many years ago. And with that being said, that's it.
All right. Madam Clerk,
City Commission reports.
Okay,
Public comment is closed.
Thank you. If we can keep, because we have a packed agenda, if we can keep our public comments to 2 minutes if possible. So that's what I was asked for. Okay. Can you please go?
Commissioner Jay Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to announce my public engagement schedule. Ulita, Thursday, July 30th, and Allen Park, Wednesday, August 5th. And I'll announce others later. I have to clear up something, and first I want to say congratulations to Jemmy Jasmine on the North Miami Beach Alumni Picnic. What a great job he did. We gave a key to the city to him, and boy, was it crowded, and everybody had a great time. They were all hot. Obviously, it was from early in the morning till late, till 7 o'clock at night, but it was a great event by all. I have to clear up something my opponent has brought out, that I said that the voters in November weren't as informed as the voters in May. Well, that was misconstrued. I didn't mean that if that's what came out. Okay, all voters are wonderful. I really appreciate them. And voters are the same whenever they show up. And the difference between the November and the May is that the May, it's going to be truly a North Miami Beach agenda where we have only our stuff there, which is a better, as far as I'm concerned, but that's what your charter committee, which my opponent was on, recommended, that we move it to May. So again, I just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Next.
Commissioner Daniela Jean.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Wanted to start off by thanking all the residents who took the time to speak on the issues that pertain near to their hearts. Thank you for sharing. I wanted to also remind our city attorney about the liens update. I'm definitely looking forward to receiving an update on the commercial liens recovery. So hopefully you can present a report to us soon. And also, Mr. Manager, are there dates confirmed for a budget hearing for us yet?
Yes, I could. I'd like to call up the Budget Administrator, Bob Anathan, to provide you those dates.
Thank you.
We could have it in the report. He has a report.
Good evening, good evening. Bob Anathan, Budget Administrator. I think the dates were in the agenda cover memo for September 10th and the 24th.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can you speak up, please, one more time?
I'm sorry. The dates are going to be September 10th for the first hearing, and the second hearing will be September 24th.
Thank you.
That's budget
Thank you
hearing.
so much. And so, Mr. Manager, I know usually we always get a workshop before the dates. So if there's any way that you can send us some more information on some of the changes that would be there, so that we can, is there a window for us to submit anything that we want to see? Obviously, it's a shorter window, so if you can send us some days, that would kind of help us adjust our schedules to what we want to add to the budget. And I also want to remind residents about the We Care program. For those of you who have issues with your water bill, we do have the We Care program, and I'm hoping that there's still funds in that program for residents to be able to partake, as a lot of individuals have reached out about their increased water bill. Thank you and have a good night.
Commissioner Phyllis Smith.
Thank you very much. There's a few comments I'd like to make. Maybe I should say as usual. Number one, most important of all, is when you talk about districting, what a joke, especially for me in my seat, to hear somebody say that if you live in Eastern Shores, you get everything instantly. I've been living next door to a vacant house. The grass is up to my knees, the rats, the black pool, the mosquitoes for 4 years, actually 4.5, who's counting? I've been on the phone with the attorney, sent pictures, been on the phone with the manager, the previous everything. I am still with the rats, and guess what we have now? A little baby raccoon. You know what that means? We have a mother raccoon also over there. So it's a very interesting concept, districting. Talk about Washington Park being the neighborhood that the North Miami Beach pool will be going into in the pool complex. But would they have given that money to an area that has a complex and maybe a mile and a half away if we hadn't all voted for it? What about the splash pool? And that's going to have a ribbon cutting hopefully the end of this month. How would they have got it with one person trying to get the money and pulling the money? Because everybody would want money. This whole concept of you being representative, strong and tough by one person, no, you're losing 5 other votes. The mayor gets a vote, but those 5 other votes that you could pick up and call and beg them and lobby them and tell them the need and call them to come over, you're going to lose those votes. So this whole concept is really a lot of propaganda. I've been in sales for almost 50 years, and I know a salesman when I see one. Friday is our luncheon for the seniors from 11 o'clock till 2 o'clock. It's always sold out with the best price ever. Our favorite 4-letter F word, free. Free, but you must call, you must register. You can't just show up because of the fire constraints. So you must call and register. The block party on 188th Street and 20th Court on Sunday, I believe it's from 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 5 to 8. They're going to actually close off the street. So come and have fun. If you were at the block party that we had 4th of July, you would see they have everything from stilts, face painting, magicians, water eating contests, which I might add, I didn't win, but I did come in 9th out of 10 people. So I'm a winner. I also want to state that, you know, what happened tonight with our giving, we ran over time because we had a lot of people we wanted to honor. But what happened with giving these honors, you saw so much public service, so much good in people. So I love it when you find something that needs to be repaired in North Miami Beach, a deficit that we have to fix. But just remember, we have a lot of good people in North Miami Beach that are doing a lot of good things. There's just so much out there. Open your eyes and always look at the cup as half full and not half empty. I also want to tell you that, you know, North Miami Beach has a long way to go, but we've come a long way as well. So it's going to be very interesting about the expense and how much it costs and what are we doing to curtail the costs so that we can improve the city. Very interesting, because as all of you probably did, I got my water bill too. And my water bill didn't go up by much, myself and my husband, only about $250. $250 my water bill went up. I want you to know, do not blame North Miami Beach. Please don't blame North Miami Beach. It's the sewer that they raised from Dade County. Dade County raised their sewer costs, and they're going to do it again. 17%. Manager and I discussed it. They want to raise it another 12%. So the only thing I can tell you is watch what happens. Watch what we're voting on. Septic tank to sewer. What a sticker shock that will be for people that have a septic tank now. So with that, I want to close by saying good things. Good things. North Miami Beach is going to have a wonderful celebration. I wish we could have a gala, but a gala is extremely expensive. You exclude people that can't afford the ticket, et cetera, et cetera. So, but we're having a wonderful centennial celebration, neighborhood by neighborhood, and please, you do not have to live in the neighborhood to come. Come to Sky Lake, enjoy it with all of us, meet new neighbors, have a good time, and have a safe summer. And remember the most important thing, if you don't know how to swim, you have to learn how to swim. And make sure everybody in your family knows how to swim, and be sure to vote. Don't forget to vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuggler.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Smith, you may have won the watermelon eating contest, but I won the hula hoop contest. So,
I wouldn't say you won, but I did see you swirling your hips. Yes, yes, I did.
my hips don't lie, and yes, I won. Okay. So, on Tuesday, August 4th, the Commission on Status of Women, together with National Night Out, will be doing the back to school school supply giveaway health fair. And the UMC free clinic as well as a lot of different health organizations going there to make sure that the children start school with school supplies and with a healthy start. That starts at 5 p.m. and we're doing it together so that we can make it bigger, better. Also, I want to wish all the people that celebrate Tish B'Av, that starts tomorrow night, an easy fast. And Mr. Attorney, I wanted to ask you a question. So the mayor's aide, either through herself or through the mayor, filed an ethics complaint against me, which was thrown out. And that is costing the city money because I had to hire an attorney. Are we allowed to ask her for the money back?
I haven't seen the document that was entered by the Ethics Commission dismissing it, although it's not unexpected. But under some circumstances we are, and I will investigate that and report back to you, depending on the specifics of how the dismissal occurred.
Insufficient.
I understand, but I have to read what it says. But I will look into that, and if we can, then I'll pursue it.
All right, I would like you to pursue.
I'll report back to you on that, Commissioner.
It was, I believe it was like $250, but the point is it was baseless and a waste of time. So, all right. So actually, Mr. Lamberto, when you were speaking, you can't see the people behind you or to your side. But when you were mentioning that Eastern Shores has a small park, the previous speaker, the one who thinks that Eastern Shores has everything, thought that it was funny that we had a small park. He was actually laughing at that or smirking. Yeah, it's smaller than this right here. Oh, yep. true, but we're talking about the east side that supposedly has.
You can go to Reynolds Park, we can go to Lita.
Oh, yes, and Olita charges a fee, by the way. And just to get into Olita, if you walk there, they still charge a fee. And if you drive there, sometimes you have to wait an hour in line just to get in. And to walk there is probably a few miles just to get to the actual A pavilion. So no, we technically don't have Olita. Also, I wanted to say that on June 30th, we received a letter from J.C. Planis, who is the attorney that's represent Mr. Attorney. I want to make sure you're listening to me. That we received a letter from J.C. Planis, who represents the Stronger NMB, and it said that on March 26, 2026, that the commission refused to hear. Are you listening to me? Oh.
I received that letter. I replied to Mr. Planis that, we disagreed with his conclusions in writing. The commission never refused
Okay,
to
that's
do
what
that.
I want for the record,
And
that
in
we did not
fact,
refuse.
It was only presented to us 2 days prior to our meeting, which was a delayed meeting, was a week after when our meeting was supposed to be because people were away. He also said that the committee pushing that had deemed that the item was approved on a date of their choosing, and I told him that we didn't accept their ability to make that decision, and I disagreed with his conclusion and found that it was a different date than the one that he advanced.
All right, so
Did you not get a copy of that?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
But I would love.
I'd be happy to circulate that
actually
letter.
would love
That letter
for-
was sent weeks ago, but I'll be happy.
Okay, and I would love JC to apologize to us because we did not refuse and we did not do anything purposely, as he stated in his email.
I would be surprised if we got that apology, but we certainly pushed back and disagreed in writing with what his position was. I believe his position was not warranted by law.
All right. So also speaking of that petition, so so there's like some discrepancy whether there's 17,000 voters in NMB or 24,000 voters, but let's just say it's 17,000 voters for argument's sake, only to make the petitioners have an easier job, right? So the Department of Elections came back with stating that only 978 signatures were certified. That's correct. Okay.
I'm going to defer to
Okay.
the clerk. That is my understanding that the city clerk is the one who's been directly in touch with the supervisor.
so-
let me defer to her. She can answer
Okay,
that
she did. She just said it's
definitively.
correct. So of the 17,978 signatures, that's approximately 6%. So assuming the 17,000 was right, some people say it's 24, but again, I'm trying to make it easier, just for argument's sake, on the petitioners. So only 6% was reached, and that was not our fault, right? That was not our doing. That had nothing to do with us. We gave them the 2 months. We gave them time to come back with that circulator that they did wrong, we didn't do wrong. So unless they can get another 4% signatures by today? Today, is it today?
I opined as to when their 90-day window started. I'm not a judge. I have an opinion. I rendered my opinion. I'm sorry,
Right.
did not seek.
Well,
copies. I
anyways,
will circulate
it actually doesn't.
But it is what it is.
It doesn't even matter because it would have to be in by the 24th regardless, because
Well,
that's
in-
when the
in-
elections department needs it. So even if
Commissioner,
it's the 24th.
I don't opine on that, but that's the circulator's issue. That's
Right.
not our issue.
Right.
They have counsel, and what they do about it is up to them.
Okay, so anyways, regardless, even if it was the 24th, it would have to be by the 24th regardless. even if if it's not the 21st, it's not the 22nd, and it's not the 23rd, 24th would be the cutoff date, because that's when they have to have it for it to be able to be on the ballot. Yeah.
Mr. Attorney, you clearly stated to the Supervisor of Elections office that you think that the petition starts on a certain day. It's not an opinion when you count 90 days, so I don't understand why you can't opine.
Well, I said I did opine. I
So-
opined as to when the start date was. There was some confusion about it. The supervisor's office said they would not begin reviewing the petitions without something from the city as to when that 90-day period started, and I rendered my opinion. Ultimately, these issues will end up, perhaps, in front of a judge who will make a decision, and what the group or its council chooses to do is up to them.
So I believe you said it was April 21st, right?
Pardon me?
You said it in your email, I think it said April 21st. Is that correct?
My opinion, and I did give an opinion, I was told by the supervisor they required one or they would not process them. My opinion was the most reasonable date to commence it was April 21, and I rendered that opinion now, I don't know, two and a half weeks ago. Now, whether, if it goes to court, some judge will make a decision on it, but that was my opinion as the most reasonable date to answer Commissioner Smuckler. And I rendered my opinion, and I thought it was the best choice. It's a little bit of a complicated fact pattern. I laid out the facts in the letter. It disagreed with the position taken by the council for the group supporting the petition. And that's my opinion. And, what further proceedings might have or the
All right,
deadline, those are not my decisions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So anyways, back to me. I'm jumping around a little bit here. I'm going to go back. I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry actually that I'm talking so much. But so the speaker previously was saying that districting is better because of Eastern Shores. I'm not sure why everything is about Eastern Shores when there's 4 commissioners that live on the west side. And basically what that speaker was saying is that Eastern Shores is not important. Well, guess what? When you run for office, every community is important. Everyone is equal. Every community is important. I love all my communities and I take care of all my communities, and I'm sure I have witnesses here that will say that that is true, and I can say that for all seven of us here. I think we treat our everyone equally. So for someone to come here and start saying that districting is important because one community gets something and the other community doesn't get something, you know what? Phyllis Smith gets rats and raccoons. So, and she's in Eastern Shores.
And I don't have a swimming pool.
And she doesn't have a swimming pool. So, what?
My little dog comes and takes care of it.
You can have the rats. We have rats. You can have them. Anyways, so back to where I was. So, Mr. Attorney, let me look at my notes. I just wanted to tell you that are you listening to me? Okay, I like to be looked at.
Making a note about the matter you asked me to follow up on, and I promised you, so I'm just noting it to my assistant that I need to get that follow-up done. But go ahead, please.
All right.
Yes, I am listening to you carefully.
I want to express my concerns about this whole Smarter NMB and your role in it. I have concerns that because so you have several clients, right? Several cities that are your clients, but the cities are your clients. And I'm looking at the picture I'm looking in right now is NMB is your client. I don't
Absolutely.
I don't care right now about the other, not that I don't care about the other cities.
I
I'm not-
understand.
I'm not talking about the other cities. I'm talking
Okay.
about NMB. And I just feel that your involvement in this, that petition, that because it's endorsed by the Democratic Party and because you're in the Democratic Party and because you have a relationship with Mr. Planis, who I have nothing against. I actually happen to think he's a super guy. I'm concerned that you're giving advice to them and you're not focusing on our city, that you're giving advice to the petitioners when you shouldn't be doing it. We're your client and not them. I just feel like you were helping JC. I feel that by you talking to him, that you were giving him advice. I just need to say this. I've said it to you before, and I still I still think it. And when I was talking to you last night about this petition, about how they don't have their they didn't make the 10%. Like I felt like you were, well, they can do this and they can do that. Like I felt like you were being like on their side when I didn't feel like your loyalty was with the city of North Miami Beach. Now, your loyalty shouldn't be whether the city of North Miami Beach does the petition or doesn't do the petition, right? Your loyalty should be that you're equal, that you shouldn't, that you're you don't pick sides. You're not supposed to be picking sides, and I feel like you're picking sides on this issue.
May I respond?
Yes, of course.
I don't take sides on that issue.
Mm-hmm.
I have no side on that issue. As I've told you before, as a 40-year member of the Democratic Executive Committee and a former chair of that body 25 years ago, 25 years since I was chair, I am active with the Democratic Party. That's always been the case. Now, this matter, in endorsing that petition drive, came to the Democratic Executive Committee at a meeting that I attended by Zoom. I spoke at that meeting. I voted at that meeting on other things. I voted, for instance, to support a position that the party took opposing this property tax referendum that the legislature has put on. When they came to this item, because it involved my client, the city of North Miami Beach, to whom I have tremendous loyalty, and you personally have seen me be involved with this city long before I was city attorney, under many former mayors. I made the decision that I would not speak on that item, and when they called for a vote, I did not vote on the item. I didn't even take a formal abstention. I was silent. There is a record that shows who voted. I was not a voter. And they have a record of the meeting. I did not speak on it because I thought it was a conflict. I make it a policy when attorneys who have business before the city call on me, without exception, I speak to them. I listen to what they have to say. I frequently disagree with their positions, but I'm always willing to listen. And if there's something that can be resolved on 100 different matters that have come before us, some of them the commission never sees or hears about. But I always speak to attorneys because I don't represent a private client. I represent a public entity. And we have some obligation to at least hear members of the public because they have a constitutional right to redress of their grievances before city government. And so I will hear them out. Any attorney. Some members of the audience today will tell you, if you ask, as I have said to you personally, that I think the other side, so to speak, of this dispute, the Wake Up group, would be well advised to hire an attorney. It is an ethical consideration of every attorney in the Florida bar to advise people who need legal help that they are well advised to seek legal assistance to present their matters legally. I recently spoke to an elderly couple in the city who had an issue with an alleyway and were very frustrated. And I said to the same thing to them. They would be well advised to hire an attorney. Mr. Plum, let me please finish. No, you've been, with all deference, Commissioner, I'm sorry, but I will not allow my integrity as an attorney to be questioned without responding to it. So please let me finish. You've said some things that I think are serious, and I have to respond to them. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Planas reached out to me. He wrote and called on a number of occasions. I speak to him as I would to every attorney that reached out to us, ones I don't like, ones whose clients I don't like, because I think it is a public obligation. I disagreed in writing with the position he took in the letter that you referenced. That certainly is not acting on behalf of that group. And I don't give legal advice. I do tell people, when asked, if I'm able, what the city's position is regarding the matter they inquire about. That's not giving legal advice. That's stating where the city is and how I see what our obligation is. I've not given them any legal advice. I would not. But I do listen to what's said, as I do for every single attorney, and I tell them, if possible, what the city's position is, and what they do with it is up to them. I absolutely have not taken sides in that matter, would not, have not, do not. I've just listened to what was asked, and when I could, responded, including vigorous disagreement with their position. I hope that clarifies.
All right. Is that meeting like a public record? Like, is that a public meeting? Like, can one find out how people voted on that, on those items?
Yes, ma'am. That's available. They have those records. You could look that up with the Democratic Executive Committee.
Okay,
You
so
can inquire directly.
was the mayor there? Because I know he's
I don't recall whether the mayor was present. I was virtual. Let me say again, I was virtual.
Vice chair, sorry.
Commissioner Smuckler, I was virtually attending the meeting.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
so I don't know exactly who else was in attendance.
It might be a conflict for you to vote. So I'm just asking.
But I did not vote.
No, not you. I'm talking about the mayor. I just changed it. Okay, I still think that you assisted the council of Mr. Planas. I feel like you assisted him, and I'm entitled to that opinion. So I'm just saying that that's how I feel. And thank you, North Miami Beach Police Department, for always taking care of all of us.
Please.
Commissioner Lin Sue.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, that was a pretty heavy conversation. So, with the support of our city manager's office, I had the honor of representing North Miami Beach as a member of the National League of Cities for the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resource Board in Louisville, Kentucky. I successfully advocated for federal legislative priorities that expanded grant opportunities for smaller cities and streamlined the federal grant process for municipalities with limited resources, such as our own. Those priorities were adopted by the EENR board and now will become part of the National League of Cities federal advocacy efforts in Washington. Every additional federal dollar we secure is one less dollar from our taxpayers in North Miami Beach. So this is like, it's a big win for me. I'm super happy about this, and I wanted to share it with you. I worked closely with the City Manager Darvin Williams and Public Utilities Director Hamid Nikvan. Thank you for your advice, your support. And now we move on to the next step, is to get those federal policies that we submitted through NLC, to get them approved so that we can bring dollars to North Miami Beach. A lot of people ask me why I went to Kentucky, so I wanted to share that. Separately, I'd like to share something exciting about our financial education news. So as you know, last week we had a $1,000 saving account initiative. I know that the minute some people hear like who that account is by, how it was created, we all shy away from it. But I really want you to think, you pay taxes to whichever president, whichever party it is. You deserve to capitalize on it. If your family, your grandchildren, you have family members who can access that $1,000 free if you were born in 2025. So I suggest money is green. I don't care if you're red or blue. So please take advantage of it. It's very important. Okay, and one thing that we need to do is we need to learn about how people create next generation wealth. So that's something that I want you all to look into. We have a recording of the video. I will ask IT and see if we could put it up on our YouTube. So if you missed the event, you can always go back and watch it. Now, the other good news is the IRS is coming back. So after this event happened, they said they offer X, Y, and Z services. One of the services that I thought was very interesting to our residents is free tax filing. So I'm bringing this early next year for anybody who doesn't want to pay H&R Block or, Intuit QuickBooks or whatever it is that you file your turbo taxes. You don't need to pay for that. You can get your taxes done for free here in North Miami Beach, and they're going to offer that. I'm bringing this to the city, so that's good news for all of us. As we continue celebrating our centennial, here, I want to thank everyone for attending the July 4th. We had a really great event. It was so much fun. I intended to go for a little bit because it was really hot, but then I ended up staying till almost the end. So I had so much fun. Thanks to the city manager and the procurement for selecting a very good vendor. They were very complete. There was games, activities, music, food all the time. It was always something happening. So our block parties are going to continue to be even better as we approach the centennial year. So I would love to make sure that you all keep attending these events. We host them for you, not for us, okay? We want you to be there. So July 28th, we have a Condo Connect event. Okay, so if you are a condo dweller, or you or someone you know, a condo dweller or someone who is on the HOA board of a condo, please come here, ask your questions. The city had passed an ordinance that is a companion to the county's bill and the state statute. So with that, you will have all the resources there. Whether you wanted to talk to an attorney there, you wanted to talk to the state legislators, Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez will be there. Our very own state representative, Wallace Aristide, will be there to answer any questions or anything you want to propose for the next legislative session. We also have experts, building experts, engineers, everything you can imagine. They're all going to be at the event for you to ask your questions. So this is super important. And of course, I want to echo what Commissioner Smuckler was talking about, which is August 4th, our night back to school and our night out, as well as the UMC free clinic. So remember, the UMC free clinic is for people who don't have insurance, right? You can get your health checked out. You can get free medication. Everything is free. Commissioner Smith's favorite four-letter word. So, okay. We're in the heart of summer right now. I know it's super hot, please stay hydrated. This is very important. You know, remind yourself to drink water. Dehydration, like deaths are real. So, I mean, like you'd get a massive headache before that, but, you know, make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you have your hurricane preparedness plans, your supplies ready as we go through hurricane season. And I look forward to a good meeting with my colleagues. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to everyone who has joined us this evening for tonight's meeting and everyone who spoke during public comment. So I know that during public comment there was a conversation about the library, and I just want to reiterate that the manager, I would like an update on what's going on with that. I'm sure that my colleagues would probably request the same type of an update as well. You can choose how you do that, because I'm not certain all of the details and the inner workings of the conversation of the library. So if it's best to do something face-to-face, or if it's best to do something written, documented, that's your office to make that decision as to what is more appropriate. I think you should have that leeway because of whatever legalities and implications there may be. But I do want to know what's going on with the library. Aside from that, Mr. City Attorney, if you can also give us an update as well on the magistrate comment that was made in regards to code enforcement, so we can be up to date on as to what's going on in relation to that comment.
Do you want that now?
No, at your discretion. Right.
I'm just saying, if you'd like,
No. That's I'm just making the comment. If it's something that you can put on the record tonight, great. If it's not,
yes,
then
I
you
can.
Okay, you don't have to do it during this minute. You can do it during your attorney's report. All right. Aside from that, pool safety, very, very important. We have classes here at the City of North Miami Beach. My understanding is, since we voted before, that those classes are free, still continuing to be free. All right. So I know I'm getting one nod and one. I know we voted maybe a year ago that we were doing classes at the pool for free or waiving the fees for either entry or the classes as well.
Entry.
Okay.
So it's free for residents for entry, but programming, like the classes, there is still a fee. It's a minimal fee, but it's a fee.
Okay. I feel like we voted on that, but
We did vote on free classes. How much free to residents? Yeah. No, free entrance to residents.
Correct.
all right. Well, if we did, Madam Clerk, if you can find out whether we actually voted on the classes, I don't know why I think that was also, because I think the entrance or there were classes that we voted on because of some of the things that happened in our community. I feel like we had a conversation on that, and since I don't know exactly what the end result was, I'd like to find out.
Definitely, we definitely look and relook, but that's the direction that the city manager at the time gave us, and I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, but assuming that was the direction from the commission.
Okay, so we'll get the exact, whatever the directive was exactly.
Remember, there wasn't enough money, so it was like first come, first serve, and we said no, we wanted everybody to get free swimming lessons. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, and I'd like to
chime in just real quick?
One moment, let me finish, please. Thank you. So whatever the result was, at least we know. So that way, if the classes aren't free, we can hopefully make that happen. And then moving on, I'm almost done. In addition to that, I think Commissioner Sue mentioned the temperature. That it's very hot. It's summertime, and what we're noticing is that during summertime there are a lot of accidents and a lot of tragedies that happen, especially to school-age children who are at home during the summer. So, we just ask that people are vigilant and make sure that not only you stay hydrated, but that pool safety is very important. If you have a pool, make sure it's covered. Make sure there are the appropriate measures, so that if your children are going in and out of the home, that so that we can prevent tragedies, as well as children in the vehicles, to make sure that you're always looking in the rear seat to make sure that there are no children that are in the rear seat when you're exiting your vehicles. Those things are very important. So we urge you here from the commission to be very, very aware, especially during the summer months, of safety of adults and children as well. That's it for my public comments. Thank you so much.
Through the mayor, just swimming lessons, we had adopted a resolution that accepted Children's Trust. This was actually, there was a presentation from Miami-Dade League of Cities that we attended, and the Children's Trust, is that? That's
Yes,
the free swim
Commissioner,
classes.
that's through the school board, and we do give free swim lessons, not through the school board, but through the schools. So we have elementary schools that come to us during school year, and we provide swim lessons to them for free.
The Children's Trust, you mean?
No.
Through the county, paid for by the Children's Trust.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes. So we have an agreement, and you guys voted on with the county that they're getting funds through the Children's Trust, and we do provide free swim lessons through that program. But during our summer program, or not through that program, there is a fee for swim classes.
Got it, thank you.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Just want to have everyone just want to have a speedy meeting. Next item is manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to put myself on a timer here to adhere to your request to get this done expeditiously as possible. I'd like to start off on a high note by acknowledging 2 new hires. I'd like to acknowledge our new HR Director, Sean Havez. HR Director, very capable, very competent, and like myself, has a law background. I'd also like to acknowledge our new Budget Administrator, Bob Anathan. A very educated young gentleman, both Harvard and Yale educated, and we're very, very ecstatic to have him on board. So as the commission may be aware, the initiative pushed forward by my office, the One City, One Team, we are moving that into a fiscal conservation plan. Phase 1 was strategic workforce optimization. We have moved forward with that phase. That is optimizing some jobs that are here to condense them, and also eliminating some jobs where we have top-heavy departments. That has resulted in over $3 million in annual savings to date, and we'll continue to move forward that during the budget season. Overall, we have not presented you to the budget, but to this date, we have eliminated almost $11 million in expenses in the budget that we will be presenting. Thank you. And very ecstatic to move that forward. We are next also going into phase 2 of our One City, One Team fiscal conservation plan, that is fleet optimization. That includes looking at our fleet in every department to see what vehicles can be eliminated, where we can purchase vehicles instead of leasing them, so that at one point in time, that monthly and annual expenses goes away. We are targeting hopefully $3 million in savings by the end of that phase. Last but not least, as far as the expense reduction, phase 3 will be event management. We have a law that has been passed by the state, which also targets certain types of events considered DEI. Those will not be in the budget moving forward. They will no longer be recurring expenses or anything that we are permitted to fund. So those events will be eliminated, and we're also looking at how we can optimize or reduce the expense on some of our larger annual events. So we're targeting up to $500,000 in savings for that phase as well. Next, we have revenue generation and optimization. So we're looking at several different ways we can optimize our revenues. As you all know, we have strategic plans being executed across multiple departments, looking at our fees versus the market. We'll be bringing those to you at a later date, closer, probably likely in the 4th quarter of this year. Just to update you on our ARPA findings, we have, as I have reported previously, the previous CFO reported to the U.S. Treasury that we did not appropriately allocate $3.2 million in ARPA funds. After completing an internal audit, we actually found that number to be closer to $5 million. However, we do have a strategy that we are pushing forward on, and that is to reallocate those funds towards salaries, which is a permissible use. We haven't gotten a response back from the U.S. Treasury yet, which has demanded the return of $3.2 million in ARPA funds, but that is the position that we're taking as the city of North Miami Beach so that we don't have to return any of the ARPA funds. We are also preparing through our budget the impacts of HB 1451, which would be an annual loss of $9 million. So while we celebrate the savings that we have realized so far, we still have a lot of work to do. In addition, as you all know, and it's been much discussed, the property tax exemption increase is going to be on the ballot. If it hits 60%, we have to be prepared for to absorb those losses as well. So we will continue to execute budgeting saving strategies and continue to share those with the commission as we find them. Next, I'd like to discuss the plan again for the building department. We have, that is an enterprise fund, so those funds that are received by state law in the enterprise fund for building department cannot be intermingled with the general fund. And we are supposed to have, according to state law, for a city our size, no more than $4 million in our building department. We are more than double that, and we must find a way to reduce those in order to comply with state laws. We are looking at several different strategies, including establishing for the city of North Miami Beach a school for permit clerks and building officials, which currently the state of Florida does not have, which would make the city of North Miami Beach a premier location for all city employees for building licensing and permitting services. We'll continue to keep you updated on that as that plan moves forward. I'd like to also acknowledge, just very, very quickly, the work of the Communications Division with our Centennial Block parties. Please stay in tune for those. They have been greatly successful. Next, our Finance Department. We have two departments where we have significant challenges in, Finance Department being one, Community Development being the other. Finance Department, I am very, very excited to announce that we have an incoming CFO with the CPA that starts next Monday. Yeah. We've already hired, as you've heard tonight, a new budget administrator, and he also has bringing forth with him a new assistant. So our budget team is complete. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of CFLG and CBIZ proclamations. As you all are aware, for the first time in 3 years, the city of North Miami Beach submitted its annual state-required audit on time. Yes, which allows us to avoid state financial oversight, which is just another scenario that, as your city manager, I was unwilling to go back to. So very, very excited to avoid that. There are challenges that we are still facing in the Finance Department. However, we are addressing them as they come. We did receive an IRS tax bill for $9.2 million. However, before you get alarmed, we believe that that is a booking error, and we're looking to get that addressed without paying a single additional penny. That's the stance that we have at this stage, and we're going to continue to work on that. But since it's such a large number, I believe it prudent to not only let our residents know, but of course to inform the commission that we did receive this bill. Bank reconciliations, which are supposed to be done on a 30-day basis, are still significantly behind. However, we are making progress. We were 9 months behind in doing our bank reconciliations, and now we're 6 months. In addition, the city has hired some additional support, which is on the agenda tonight, for us to address our accounts receivable department and our accounts payable departments, establish SOPs, processes, and procedures so that the finance department can move more smoothly. Skipping to human resources, I'd like to announce that as of next month, for the first time in several years, all city employees, that's every single employee for the city of North Miami Beach, will receive a performance evaluation. So, yeah. And we see the employees are applauding that. That is also because what we will find in the budget, what you will find in the budget, which I'm praying for the support of the commission with, are opportunities for merit increases. We will intend to put in the budget merit increase for 3% for all employees that earn them. They're not going to be obligatory, but for those employees that are here that are providing exceptional service and their supervisors or management identify them, that should be an opportunity for them to increase their salaries. In addition, we find that having not had a pay plan for several seasons, that some of our salaries are sub-market. And for that reasons, we want to at least have a COLA included in the budget, which will have up to 3% cost of living increase for all employees. That will be in the budget. It will be covered, and I pray for the support of the commission with that. Okay. Next, I have a couple announcements with the library to address Commissioner Vice Mayor, and I have my money ready. Vice Mayor Florimon. I will meet with the Friends of the Library. Again, I have to state on the record, many of the things that they shared tonight were my first time hearing them. So I have to get a picture of what their concerns are. And I have been copied on a few emails, and that has been addressed to others. I know there was some exchange back and forth with the HR director, and I know that there's been some emails submitted to the commission, but I just haven't been able to completely stay on top of those. I do have an open door policy. I had met with the chair of the Friends of the Library. She has my personal cell phone number, but I haven't. She hasn't reached out to me in some time. So the depth of those concerns, I haven't had a chance to dive into them, but I certainly will. There are some other announcements that I was prepared to discuss with regard to the library, and that's the building repairs. So there are some items that Commissioner Smith had requested with regards to the repair of the door. There were some other items that I had observed that had been longstanding for several years, and we have the funding to get those repaired, and we are executing those. In fact, some of them should be complete already. In addition, we will be placing in the budget bathroom repairs, as that is a request by Commissioner Smith and several of our residents and employees. And also, it's a safety concern and hazard, which is why it's going to be a priority for us. In fact, in some of the bathrooms, you don't know if you're in the male or the female based on how the doors are positioned until you're actually in the room. And consider that we have what are considered at-risk populations, which means elderly and youth. That is certainly an unacceptable position, which we're going to be addressing. Next, for Parks and Recreation, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yes.
I know there was brought up, the cylinder was brought up like some type of stuff going on over there in regards to the library, but I just wanted to clarify, is there any investigation ongoing currently, or just to clarify?
So I'll bring the chief of police up to answer that question for you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, there is currently an open investigation that we're looking into, and until we resolve that matter, we cannot release any information regarding to that.
Can you repeat it one more time?
Yes, there is an investigation. There is an investigation pertaining to the library. To the library.
Okay.
Do you have anything additional, Mr. Mayor?
No. I just, like I said, I thought it was I thought there was nothing ongoing, but if you're saying that it is, I just thought you were going to clarify it. I didn't know the chief was going to come up.
Mr. Mayor, could I?
Oh, Mr. Smith.
I just want to ask you, because I'm hearing two things here tonight. The Friends of the Library indicated that the library is not under the manager. The library is under the Library Association. So will you, when you bring back your report the next time, will you clarify that for all of us?
Absolutely. It'd be my pleasure.
Thank you. And then the thing about the library that we want to make sure when you bring back your report, what going forward, can the public expect? Can they expect most of what they had? I want to include that in the report. That's all.
Absolutely. her statement, Commissioner Smith's statement was she wanted understanding and outreach as for what the public can expect. And I would just like to succinctly say, now we can put that in a report and explain it detail by detail, but I'd just like to say very succinctly, we are fighting desperately for that library. There have been no cuts to the budget to the library at this stage. That doesn't mean that there won't be cuts forthcoming. But we've done everything we can to preserve two departments, and that is the police department and the library. So that having been said, some of the animosity that we are receiving from the Friends of the Library is somewhat of a shock to us because the staff is actually quite ecstatic with some of the overview. Now, obviously, I'm not into the daily operations of the library, so I don't know some of the things that Mrs. Pillinger said I'm unaware of, and this pencil was told that you can't put this pencil here, and we've always put this pencil here. Why are you moving my pencil? I may not be aware of those issues, but as far as the structure and organizational oversight of the library, in my monthly meetings with, or quarterly meetings, I should say, with the library staff, they seem to express support, and rightly so, since we have gone overboard to preserve all of the services that are currently and positions that are currently provided at our library. If they're hearing no further questions, yes.
Mr. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have, and thank you for the update, Mr. Manager.
Yes.
Can you give us, when you mentioned the $11 million savings and the $500,000 that you also mentioned for events reduction, can you also provide line items to us of what will be removed that would help us kind of get a better screenshot of what's happening? So if you can give us like a comparison of what's being extracted from the current budget to the next one. Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner. That's already been prepared, and it will be in a presentation by the budget administrator.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I'd like to say Parks and Recreation, we will be announcing a date for the Highland Village Splash Pad. So we're very, very excited about that. It's been a long time coming, and it will be within the next 30 days. I'd also like to acknowledge an occurrence. One of the things that administration has put together is an emergency plan. We have 5 parks that actually can house residents on a temporary basis. And however, we do not have generators for them. So when the power goes out, they lose power, just like the residents in the neighborhood. So one of the plans we've put together and that you will see in the budget is a plan for during a power outage for there to be generators at every single of our 5 major parks so that residents, especially the vulnerable, such as the children and elderly, will have access to air conditioning. In addition, they can also go to the park for electricity to charge their phones or devices that they may need, healthcare devices and things like that. So we actually got to activate this plan recently, and I really want to acknowledge we had a list of employees from Public Works, from Public Utilities, from my office, from Parks and Recs. We had a recent power outage in Highland Village, middle of the night. I get a text message from our resident mayor there, Tricia, that there was a power outage in Highland Village. So I said to the team, I said, now's the time for us to see if this plan works. And amazingly, it did. We were able to pull a generator from Public Utilities and Water, take it over to Highland Village, implement an engagement with the boards to service that so that we could put power into that building. We got AC there and we got electricity there. And we sent text messages out through Ms. Tricia to let the residents know if they did not have AC and they needed AC, they could come to the Highland Village Parks and AC would be available there to them, and also electricity. So we're very excited to.
I have a question. Thank you. So you said you got a text or a call in the middle of the night from Highland Village, right? So it wasn't Eastern Shores. So you didn't come running to Eastern Shores, right? Just
That's
to
correct.
clarify that other communities
Get service.
get
from the
service
city.
in the middle of the night. Okay. The other thing, you said that this is a plan for the 5 parks.
Yes.
Can you tell me the 5 parks?
Yes, it is. I'll let Andy, can you provide the list of those parks? He can rattle them off easier than I can.
You have Ulita Community Center, Allen Park Community Center, Highland Village, obviously Community Center. Well, Washington Park when it comes online, and Allen Park.
All right. So when you
said
when you
Ulita.
build Washington Park, are you already going to like build it with a generator already? Like,
My request will be to assess what the additional costs will be, but since we are building this time, I'm so glad you said that because that might be a change order that we will be bringing to the commission so that it will already be outfitted for the generator once it's constructed. Yes.
I agree. So wait, so the Eastern Shore's tiny tot lot is not getting a generator? Just
tiny-
asking.
So
just asking. I'm joking.
we don't
It's
have
not-
space to put
it's-
anything on that top lot, Commissioner.
I'm just trying to make
It doesn't
a point.
even have a closed-in building.
Yeah, you probably don't. We don't have electricity.
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, Highland Village, when we had no electricity, we brought an emergency vehicle to Highland Village just so people could come, elderly especially, and cool off for an hour. Just so people could come and cool off for an hour. And I remember we brought ice at the time, Commissioner Hayman brought ice. So this is an excellent program. But the county does use North Miami Beach when there's a hurricane coming, North Miami Beach High School. So my question is, does the liability insurance that we carry for the children after school, will that cover this as well? That everybody's coming in when there's no electricity and we have a generator going? I'm just making sure the city's protected with the additional responsibility when there's so many elements that are not good
Yes.
for good circumstances.
Understood. Absolutely, we can do a review, but generally speaking, whenever that park is open and it's being housed by our staff, our insurance should cover it. Okay?
Parks that you'll utilize as that kind of thing, just to make sure our insurance doesn't need to be upgraded.
Yes. Okay. And last but certainly not least is an update on our police department and the activities they're doing. The police department partnered with my office and on an item that was sponsored by Commissioner Smith has put out into each and every community a Safety First initiative where we are bringing the community policing service into the community to answer their questions, to educate them, to let them know about our programming, and it's been extremely successful. And so I'm excited to continue that until every community is reached.
And take it into the schools. We want to take it into schools in the fall.
If I can keep up with you, Commissioner, absolutely. Next, not all news, as every time we're in the news for a bad reason, I get a call from Commissioner Smith saying, Mr. Manager, we're in the news again. But I'd also like to say, Commissioner, that not every time we're in the news, it's for a bad reason. And for that reason, I want to acknowledge our police department, which is going to be in the Miami Herald discussing their strategies of how they were able to bring our homicide rate down by 75%. Yeah. I'll get you those dates. I don't know the exact dates it's going to be out, but I'm going to make sure that every member of the commission and the mayor get a copy. So, and with that concludes my manager's report.
City Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. First, I just want to mention that unfortunately we drew another lawsuit last week. It's a public records matter. It was filed by the attorney for former Chief of Staff, Ms. Monestein. So we've assigned it to the outside counsel that's defending the Monestein case. And there have been some proceedings on it. They're moving forward. The manager, the clerk, and the assistant clerk have responded aggressively with our outside counsel to try to put that matter to bed. I'd like to address briefly the item that the Vice Mayor asked me to comment on. We have, for a number of years, certainly long before I was in the attorney chair, we have a special magistrate that handles most of our code enforcement matters. We also still have a code enforcement board composed of citizens that handles certain matters, although frankly the delineation between which is not entirely clear to me. I've heard some representations from people about what the difference is. I'm not sure that's completely correct. It is true that I have expressed an opinion on a few occasions and talked to the code enforcement department about the utility of having both. I'm not aware, I haven't done an exhaustive search, but I'm not aware of any city that has both a code enforcement board and a code enforcement magistrate. Maybe there is one, but typically cities have one or the other, not both. And the, I guess, modern trend has been away from citizens' boards and towards professionalizing this with code enforcement magistrates. There is a cost to it, but it's not a great cost. They actually work very cheaply, all things considered, and we recover a great deal of the costs that we pay to the magistrates. Typically, when they issue any order, they add in costs. Now, if you're found not in violation, obviously, we don't collect costs from somebody who's found not to be in violation. But most of it, we do end up collecting back in costs. I have expressed that opinion.
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
In code enforcement, the the thing that we're, as a city, want to do is we want compliance. So we don't want to fine and make it the resident hurt more by ever coming before us, and that's the buffer that the code enforcement board is. They can hear that, they can hear the resident that they're in trouble or anything like that. It's a better sounding board than somebody just saying boom, boom, and lower the gavel. That's just my opinion.
Let me say that my own experience, sometimes one of my partners handles code enforcement magistrate, but I've certainly done plenty of them. And my experience is that the magistrates are usually pretty lenient. We encourage our magistrate not to strictly be by the book. We frequently agree that whatever is actually owed should be mitigated. You're completely correct when you say that the philosophy is to get compliance. People often misunderstand that this is like a revenue source. It is not. We're not seeking to acquire revenue from our own residents in this fashion. We are seeking to make sure that the codes are applied so that their neighbors have good quality of life. But that said, I find the magistrates generally to be very lenient, and we often agree and ask the magistrate to mitigate even after the matter has been concluded. We just won't do that until compliance is achieved. But the point I was going to get at is, at this point, I haven't done anything about it. I've expressed an opinion a few times. The problem often, I won't say, I'm not trying to finger point at this board, although sometimes we have trouble getting a quorum for this board, which is a separate issue. You never have that with the magistrate because we have several in rotation and they really work very cheaply. But there is sometimes a tendency, and I've seen this over many years that I've been in practice. The people appointed to a code enforcement board may be wonderful, they may be fair-minded, they may be sympathetic, as you say, Commissioner, but sometimes they think it's their job to be code enforcement officers, and they bring matters to the code enforcement board themselves, and that's a bit unseemly where, you're the one bringing it and then judging the thing that you've brought. That's why many cities have moved away from them. I won't say they're every city. Some, particularly in longstanding cities have maintained them, and our city's going to be 100. So at this point, it is an idea. It certainly would have to be discussed a lot more before we would even bring something to the commission to consider it. So we haven't moved ahead with it. We haven't brought it. Right now, there's no concrete plan to do so, but it is something that may lead to greater efficiency and to better code enforcement. But again, that's not up to me in any way. That would be a matter, if we moved forward with it, we'd bring it to you, but we would first have conversations with the manager and with the code enforcement department underneath him and see whether the idea actually holds water. So I hope that answers your question as to where we are. Right now, it's just an idea, and we've done nothing about it. I do want to address a couple of things. I want to talk just for a moment about two items that were moved from consent to legislation. They are two settlements. I'll ask you that we get to them. We brought settlements to you before. There's a limit on how much we can approve administratively, and that requires not just the manager, but there's a committee with a mayoral appointment as well. That number is 50,000. We don't come to the commission often because most things we resolve turn out to be often for nuisance value. So we get them resolved. But on a couple of occasions, we've been here before for things that exceed that. I understand what you say, Commissioner Smith, about needing time to absorb it. You know I respect that, and that you absolutely, I know you read everything. I know it because I get the questions from you when you read it if you have a question. But these are nothing special. But I did get some inquiries this time, a little surprisingly, because, I mean, one of them is a big 62.5. It's just barely over the $50,000 threshold. The other's a little larger. But typically, I have not had questions. So in this case, in response to those questions, I went ahead and put a little package together. My partner, Mr. Johnson, who does most of our PI litigation, attended the mediations on these. He put together a memo. The memo about these items did go to the city manager back in, I don't know, several weeks ago. I forget the exact date. But these are very simple matters. One commissioner asked me if we'd had executive sessions about them, and the answer is no. I mean, this city chooses to be self-insured. And I've raised questions about that in the past, but that's where we're at. And it's a budget issue. It might be going to the League of Cities Insurance, for instance, might be more expensive. So that's simply not an issue that we are able to determine. The manager is struggling with budget, and certainly we're not about to impose additional costs. But I mean, we've got like 30 of these going at any time. We've had dozens of these little cases. We just are in the process of settling one for $5,000. You can't litigate a case for that little money. It would cost us considerably more money to litigate than paying somebody off $5,000. So I don't think that the commission is interested in having 5 executive sessions a week on these very small matters where there's a $5,000 settlement. That's why we don't do it.
Through the mayor, may I?
Substantive, excuse me, let me just.
Yeah, you can complete.
If there's something, of any real substance, then we can have one if that's desired. But the memo from my partner that's attached to each of these two is very simple. It's about 2 paragraphs long. It's very self-explanatory. And these are not in any way complicated matters. When we get to them in legislation, which I hope we will, then we can take a look at what's in the package. And if the commission is troubled by it, well, certainly, then, we'll respect whatever your decision is. But I honestly think if you look at those two, you will see they are extremely straightforward and not complicated, and they don't require a great deal of study to see what's going on with them.
Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Sue. She was
Okay, I just see here now, I just opened it, I'm not reading it, but trying to see what it was involved, and tells me a payment of $52,091.03 to one party, a payment of $90,000 payable to another, a payment of $111,883 due by October 3rd, 2031, and then pursuant to Florida statute, $626,992.96, the total cost to the North Miami Beach. For the payments, I don't want to go into detail because I'm not sure what the number is when I try to read. That's why I need to digest it.
Understood. But Commissioner, let me say, if you look at the last page on that item, not the resolution, not the release, there's a memo from Amon Johnson, one of my partners at Greenspoon Martyr, and it's a very short memo, and it explains very quickly and very succinctly what this is about.
I just feel, quite frankly, Mr. Attorney, I feel like we need this information without an executive session. It's not a question of is it not standard. It's not a question, is it not a simple, easy to understand reason that it could have gone to court. It could have cost us another couple $100,000. We negotiated. It took you a couple months, but we got it down. It's a question if it's the city's money, and I want to understand how the city's money came to that conclusion when we're saying yes. We're just saying yes.
As the memo, have you located that, Commissioner? It's the last item. There's a similar one in the package for the one that's 62.5. And basically, if you want to talk about it now, I'm happy to.
Yeah, please.
This involves an 11-year-old boy who was injured at a city camp. He was on a slide.
Well, I wasn't going to say that it was pediatric and all those things because I don't want to. It also says confidential.
We're not giving any names.
But I mean,
the name is protected. But what happened is we had a camp counselor, as my partner recounts. We went to a mediation, it impassed. We went to a second mediation. This boy sustained permanent injuries to his elbow. He was knocked off the slide by another boy. The reason that the amount for the city is
142.
Yeah, or 142,000 and change. And what it reflects is because he's not of age, we're paying a certain amount now to the attorney. The balance, I think it was 90 or whatever it was, is being paid basically into a fund like an annuity that will hold the money. And when this boy turns 18, he'll receive the money, and it'll be a slightly larger amount of 111. That's called a structured settlement. But we are paying the money. The cost to the city is the 142. And again, this is a boy.
So we're not paying 142. We're going to pay 253.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Please let me.
That when he's 18 years old and he gets the second amount?
We are not going to pay that second amount. We're
not?
Paying like 50 now to his attorney, and we're putting, I think it's 92 or something, into a structured settlement fund. It will pay him 111 when he turns 18, but the amount we're paying into that fund, which will accrue to his benefit till he becomes 18 is 92.
Is
So the
92
cost to us is 142.
Is 92 part of the 142?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
92 plus 50 to the lawyer. Now, let me add, as my partner points out, we did a pre-interview with the young camp counselor. I think he was 18 or something. And he said, no, that there was nothing improper, that the young man was not his group, but he had an eye on him, and he was never out of the eye of our staff. And that made it very defensible. When he was actually deposed, the camp counselor changed his story from what he told our firm and said, yeah, actually, he wasn't watching this young man. He should have been. It was wrong. He was sorry. And that undermined our case considerably. And also, there's a pretty good sympathy factor for this poor young 11-year-old boy. So we reached a settlement that's a little higher than we normally would because it's a young boy who has permanent elbow damage. So that's the reason for it. And, we could give you more information if you want to.
No.
But that's the bottom line.
I understand what you're saying.
That's why we're doing it.
But you understand as a commissioner, and I understand it, and I'm kind of reading it and seeing it. I didn't even open up the second one. But I'm taking what you tell me how I'm voting. And I would rather vote on what's written on the paper because that's what's going to be the resolution or the law or however it is. That's what's going to be. That's why I read it, because when there's mistakes, it say on line 12, 50,000, and on line 14 for the same thing, it says 64,000. That goes into the record, and in the end, you don't know if you voted for 50,000 or 64,000.
Well, there's not that confusion in this resolution, I don't believe. It is all in writing. It is all there. The release is not just a resolution. The release itself is attached. In this case, there's a separate agreement about putting the money in to this annuity so it will grow and the young man won't have it spent up before he turns 18. And we have the memo from my partner explaining what happened and justifying it. That is all in writing. You don't have to take my word for it. It's all in writing.
I just have to have time to read it.
Let me say again, we've brought matters like this to the commission before, and typically, they're a little bit less. They're more like the 62.5, and I haven't ever had one that's had this much of an inquiry. In the future, since there seems to be, I've had multiple commissioners ask about it, so we'll make sure in the future that as opposed to simply advising the manager by memo, that we provide this kind of backup if we have to come to the commission. But like I said, I could point out multiple cases. We've done this before, and it has not resulted in this level of, well, I need to see that, I need the details. Typically, they've been approved. But if that's what the commission wants, we'll do that moving forward. Absolutely.
It was probably one of the 11 times I said I can't read it and pay attention to the public at the same time. But thank you.
Before we go, is that
No, thank you.
No, I'm saying, is that what you would like for future?
Yes.
I got that. I got that loud and clear.
I just want to make sure that's the.
Yes.
All right. So
I want to see what I'm voting for prior to sitting in this
for
chair.
certain parts, like this type of legislation that you'd want to have this beforehand.
Yes, I do.
That's understood. I've had not just yours, Commissioner. I had 2 or 3 inquiries from members of the commission. That's a first. But moving forward, I respect that, and that's what we'll do. Period.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of like, I don't want to ask about this stuff because usually when we're paying a settlement of anything in this amount over the 50,000 threshold, we always get an executive session where we get to ask all the questions that we want to. Now, Mr. Attorney, when you say $5,000 doesn't need an executive session, I completely agree. But you saying that 142 and another settlement totaling over $200,000, I think we absolutely need an executive session. There was no conversation about that. I have a question though. When did this case happen? Like, when did this accident where the kid broke his elbow or whatever it is, when did that happen?
I believe, again, I'm not the one who did the mediation. They went 2 mediations. We reflected the results. I believe it's well over a year old.
Well over a year old.
I believe that, yes. I may be
Okay.
wrong. I don't think it's contained in the memo.
So it wasn't like a rush, like all of a
Let me
sudden we
see if-
decided to have an agreement and then we decided like,
Let me see
okay,
if
you
I
know
can
what,
get
let's
you-
settle it.
Let me see if I can get you a specific answer to that. Hold on a moment. I may have that info.
I only see the email from July 21st. I see Armand Johnson's memo, July 8th. Then there's an addendum to the agreement and a settlement agreement with a mutual release. In there, I do not see dates of when the accident happened. So if it was well over a year, why are we hearing about it now? This is what bothers me because it's not a small amount of money. And, you know, if they could prove that it is absolutely true that there was negligence on our part, of course, like the kid has lost his elbow. I mean, I don't know which part of his arm, but just the fact that that happened to him, like, of course, like, you know, we do want to subsidize, and that money that they're going to get at the end when it is invested, yes, 11,000, 111, yes. But what I'm concerned about is like, when was a case filed? How come we knew nothing about it? And you know, I mean, it's in the amount that is over your $50,000 threshold.
Well, let me say clearly, we did not initially agree to that. The matter was, as is reflected here, the matter was mediated on 2 different occasions. At the first occasion, there was an impasse at 190,000 demand,
Higher.
and we refused to pay that.
Got it.
So until the second mediation, which occurred not that long ago, I don't have the exact date in front of me because, again, I don't have the entire file here. But at the second mediation, it probably finally was, we reached an agreement at that 142, 181, 86. There is an order from Judge Beatrice Butchko entered a few weeks ago that requires this to be concluded by August 4th because of the proceedings in front of her. So again, we don't typically look for executive sessions unless there is some real uncertainty, some question about the course to be taken. In this case, the employee of the city went into the deposition to our surprise because he told us differently in pre-deposition preparation and just basically confessed error on behalf of the city and said, yes, as it turns out, this boy was not being supervised. He was not being watched. At that point, that sufficiently undermines our defense that although our number was much lower, we went to a mediation. We reached an agreement, but that mediation is always subject to the approval of the city.
What number is much lower? Can you clarify that?
I'm sorry?
You said our number is much lower. What number was that?
Commissioner, if I could call Mr. Johnson, I would. He happens to be out of the country tonight, but the fact is, I don't know if our initial number, but my understanding is it was below 100,000 initially because we thought that we had a pretty good defense based on the testimony of the witness. Once the witness recanted what he told us, And
So it is actually below 100,000. The 52,000 was the attorney fees.
I don't understand what you just.
Well, it just split up. You see it. Jeffrey R. Davis, PA, is 52,000. The payment to MetLife Assignment Company that is going to grow in equity or grow in value when he's 18, that's the 90,000.
Okay.
So
you're
either way, my
misunderstanding
point
me.
is
I'm
saying
sorry,
this is
Commissioner.
my
You
point
were
in saying
misunderstanding me completely. I said the city's position at the first mediation where they stuck at 190. My understanding is our total offer, I believe, was below 100. After the deposition of the witness was taken, we approximately split the difference between our below 100,000 previous offer and their 190,000 demand, and we came to a number roughly halfway between those two, which is the 142, which is both the 50,000 to the attorney and the 92 that's going into the annuity. That's why it's 142, and that number was a significant increase from the city's previous position at the prior mediation, which I believe to be less than 100, and they stuck at 190. And I think what happened in mediation, as it often does, having mediated hundreds of cases, I think, is you try to find something in between. We are self-insured. We have a tremendous amount of these cases. We probably have 30 PI cases going at any given time. Many of them have been resolved. Usually they're resolved below that 50,000 threshold, sometimes far below it, like I said, for 5 or for 10. My firm does not litigate these cases to run up attorney's fees to the city. That costs the city money. So instead of trying to make some amount of fees for the firm, we always try to resolve these economically. That is our mindset, which reduces not only how much we're paying out because we're aggressive in mediation, but because we're not charging significant fees to litigate something that we could buy out of more cheaply. This one is a little more
Mr. Attorney, there was a
expensive than usual.
confession from our side. There was no litigation involved, no needed, right? It was all
sorry?
settlement. Well, you said one of the staff members went in to testify and basically admitted fault. Now, I'm right. So why would we litigate? You're missing the point.
We settled.
That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. You're telling me that you're saving the city money by not litigating. I'm like, what is there to litigate? There's nothing to litigate to begin with. I'm asking you about when this happened, why is it that we can't bring this item into an executive session and then make a decision with more information when Mr. Armand Johnson gets back in town?
Because we have an order. In this particular case, Judge Butchko has entered an order. Okay.
When was that order given?
July 7th, the day before we wrote to the email to the city manager. July 7th, and she gave us to August 4th. Now, that's because the matter had been mediated, and once it's mediated, we have to step forward. We cannot settle without the approval of the city. We have to have it. In cases above 50, it requires the city commission to approve it.
Exactly.
And I brought matters to you before like this, and as I said, it hasn't been the subject of much inquiry. We have big cases like Mall Lake that we've had executive sessions on. We have big cases like our suit against Miami-Dade County that we have executive sessions on. These are difficult, problematic cases that require the input of the city. These typically, this is an unusually large one, but there's a reason for it. These other matters, typically, we don't have executive sessions because, as I said, you'd have 5 of them a week. There's dozens of them. There are lots of them, and they're mostly very small. You know, the ones above 50 are few and far between, but we brought those to you before, like the 62.5. Yes, this one's a little larger because it involves a child who have this problem for a very long time, and because we had a witness change their testimony. And so
Mr. Attorney,
because
may
of
I-
that, we've
You're
made it, we reached an agreement that was way above what we had been offering previously when the witness testimony
May I
changed.
speak
And that's
now?
why we brought it to you.
Thank you. My point to telling you is we knew nothing about it until the judge already put an order or made a decision, had a verdict out, decided, or what's that?
Her decision.
Her decision, excuse me. After the judge had already made the decision, we were not informed at all about the whole situation. That is the problem that I have. Second of all, you bring this to us when it's already said and done. Like, this is like, here's the bill. Take care of it.
No, ma'am. You have the right to reject the settlement. It cannot be imposed on you. You have the right to do so. You would do so, frankly, against our legal advice because the cities, we wouldn't agree to this
Mr.
number if we
Attorney-
didn't think, excuse me, ma'am, I'm speaking.
No,
the
because
cities-
what you're saying to me is not the point that I'm trying to make.
The city's exposure, if
I am
the
not
matter
saying
went
that we are
trial,
not going
would
to
be
take the
much
settlement.
greater.
I am telling you that you should have done a better job to inform us and gotten us an executive session.
Please
I don't
raise-
know what you don't
please
understand
don't
about
raise
this.
your
And
voice,
then here
ma'am.
we're going.
I would appreciate it if you would not raise your voice.
I was
when
just
we're
too close
speaking.
to the microphone. So I was going to say that I would demand a special session, and if we have till August 4th, then we should all discuss this and find out where things went wrong so that we can avoid this happening in the future.
I don't know
Mayor.
what you mean by things went wrong. Where things went wrong was when
Went
witness
wrong
was
with
on-
your duty of what you were supposed to do with us. You were supposed to come to us and ask us for an executive session. Hey, you know, there is a settlement being set at $190,000. We are going to negotiate it down. You did the same thing when we went through Duke Story, when we went through all other cases that we had settled in an executive session before. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking that we should sit down, have Mr. Arman here. I don't know, is he going to be on vacation until August 4th? Can we have somebody else explain the situation? I want to know.
He
The
will
city
be-
is
he'll
going
be
to
back
pay
next-
over
Mr. Johnson will
$200,000.
be back. Well, first of all, don't conflate the two cases, please. One of them is at 62.5. It's 12,500 above. what
No
we
executive session
are
there
limited.
either, Mr. Attorney.
I'm sorry?
No executive session there either, Mr. Attorney.
The mayor gave me the floor to inject something, if I may. There's three things that are going to be involved here, very important things. Number one, I'll make the motion to stay an extra hour so we can really do the agenda. Number two, all my years prior to this, we had a preliminary meeting. They have it in Aventura. You want to compare us to Aventura? You want to compare us to Sunny Isles? You have a meeting with all the department heads to answer questions, and you go over the agenda a week before, and you sit down like men and women without arguing, without these delays, without this. You sit down like the people that they elected you to be, and you vote on what you reviewed. If there's something pertinent that the public certainly should be privy to, you can bring it up at the time and say, the question was asked to the police chief, and the police chief responded so that we have the answer. This back and forth at every meeting, honestly though, Mr. Attorney, this delay is aggravating. It's aggravating. You know I love you. I know you many, many years. But for us to vote on something, I had to look for two paragraphs while we're waiting for people to come up to speak. I looked at what you have here for us to vote on. There's no way we could vote on this that has 4 days before it's a deadline.
There's no way. We don't even.
Commissioner, if I
I
might.
didn't say that. I'm talking about what is in front of me that I haven't read.
Commissioner, if I might.
No,
If
no,
you're
you cannot right
suggesting.
now, Mr. Geller.
Pardon?
1 minute, because I have a third thing.
Of course, ma'am.
1 minute, one
Yes.
minute. I have a third thing. The third thing is the public came to here's what's on the agenda. How are you handling it? With all respect, Commissioner Sue, I understand your aggravation. I have it too. But this isn't the place to, once you say what you want, to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth the night of the commission meeting. This is an agenda. This is the reputation we have as a city because we don't control ourselves. And I just feel very strongly, I know it's not going to happen because we can't even get a quorum to come when we have a meeting that's not on the day of the council. We came tonight with 15 or 12 or 10 people to honor, and we started the meeting at 5 after with 2 people. With 2 people. The mayor who runs the meeting, with all respect, I don't know his emergency, I don't know, but if the meeting had started at 6 for the council meeting, he would have been here at 6:15. I'm not saying it derogatory towards him. He had an emergency, it's not my business. The thing that I'm saying is, how are we supposed to get us to an executive session? How are we supposed to get us to a pre-meeting for a meeting? We don't show up.
Hang on.
Commissioner, if I might, let me say.
That was my third point.
Yeah, and let me just say, Commissioner, if this commission decided to move to the pre-meeting structure that Aventura has, I assure you, I would be happy to be there. If that's what you want to do, it's not, to my knowledge, ever been done in North Miami Beach. It's never operated that way.
With all respect, it's always operated that way while I was here, but with all respect.
A pre-meeting?
A pre-meeting, always. We were on the 4th floor. We sat, it was a 2-hour meeting. You had Mr. Kassan was always there. The public was on one side, the employees were on the other side, and we were on that circular table that was there for every meeting.
Before my time, and if Commissioner, if that's what you want to do,
with respect,
I'll be there.
With respect, you'd have to get the majority vote to agree, and I think you or somebody from your firm would have to be there because we hired you.
But I'm just saying this to you. That's not how the commission's been operating since I'm here. If you want to do that, then that's your choice, not mine. I'd be happy to participate. It would probably be me most of the time, but if this commission insists on an executive session, Mr. Johnson will be back next week. We could schedule one on this matter next week if that's what you want to do for this settlement. I've told you the reasons. I've explained to you why we're paying more than usual. But if you want to have an executive session on this matter next week, we'll be happy to call one. But keep in mind that after the executive session, there has to be a special commission meeting too, because matters are not approved at executive session. They're discussed.
You're answering me with all respect. That executive session wasn't my issue. I didn't need an executive session.
No, look, even in regards to how we do our commission conference, it's gotten from doing a couple of recognitions to taking an hour and a half. We have to limit that. If we were to limit that, we could do a lot more pre-meetings. Yeah, it's on here?
I think there's an item on the agenda about that.
That speaks to that?
Discussion item.
Oh, it's a discussion item. So I think we can further hash this out. I think we should limit how many, depending on if it's
I did 0.
I would say one. I'm fine with one per person. I'm fine with that.
I did 0.
But what I'm saying is that and unless it's an extraordinary event, we can make accommodations. But if it's one per person, I think we can hold to that, and everything and subsequent the remainder of the time we can focus on pre-meetings.
I'll tell you, the people we recognized tonight, each one was very deserving.
I understand that, but just for in that discussion item, we can talk further on it. But can you
I have one.
The last thing.
I just want to say, by the way, on that one, when we get to the item, I'm going to ask you to approve it, but your alternative is to say We want an executive session and a special commission meeting on that one item or on both of them, and they could be scheduled next week. Mr. Johnson will be back, I believe, on Sunday, so we could schedule next week if you don't want to approve them, but I'm going to ask that you do approve them, and if it's not your pleasure, then your pleasure could be an executive session and a special commission meeting. Lastly, there has been a considerable amount of discussion tonight concerning the charter review amendment. Let me simply say that considering that we're going to get to that item on the agenda probably pretty soon, and that my report did not begin till 9 p.m., 3 hours into when the meeting was supposed to start, it would be my preference to simply address the issues relating to the charter review amendment, which I also think is pretty simple, but I'd prefer, if it's okay with the commission, that we can discuss that when we get there on the agenda.
Can we speak on that now?
Wait, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Your pleasure.
Part of the problem is we just spent a half hour, 45 minutes, no offense, on things that we're going to have to discuss again.
Well, no, we don't have to discuss.
We don't have to discuss it again, but okay, but just
But
so
that's where,
no, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Chernoff, but let's discuss the chart, please, because just can we go
Okay,
on?
I make a motion that we move up the charter item to now.
No, we can do second.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, go ahead, speak on.
Thank you. Okay, let me try to do this quickly. I understand there's been some consternation about it, but there's nothing that's not transparent about it. Now, you recently passed an ordinance that says that we're supposed to receive items 2 weeks before a commission meeting and have at least a full week to prepare them to go on the agenda. And that's what you just passed, and that did not occur here. That just was impossible here. Now, you know, I work on this stuff, and I know there have been all those meetings. I attended every one of those charter committee meetings that went late into the night. I was there for each and every one of them.
And how much did your firm charge?
Pardon?
How much did your firm charge?
We haven't prepared a bill. It's just however many hours the committee met at the rate,
I
the
was on two
$2.75 an hour rate.
I'm trying to look back. I was on 2 charter things. I don't think the attorney charged us ever. I think they made that part of their.
I don't think so, but we can look. But this was something I had arranged back with a prior manager.
With who?
Mr. Diaz.
I see.
But that said, let me just, because it's not, it happens every 10 years, Commissioner. It's not
No, I understand that.
usual and customary as part of the regular job. That notwithstanding, I want to try and get to this issue and not be distracted if we could. We can talk about that, you know, any other time you want to, or at the end, but let me just get to the issue. We met last week, Tuesday night, for almost 6 hours going through the charter thing. I work on these. I'm part of a team, frankly, with the clerk, and I want to acknowledge the clerk and the deputy clerk for extraordinary efforts on it. It would have been great if we'd been able to present it sooner, but there's also the matter that we had to have the commission find a night when the commission could get a quorum and participation to go through it. We were ready sooner. And quite frankly, the committee did work very hard, meeting almost every week for quite a number of weeks, but with deference to my bosses here, you also could have appointed the Charter Review Committee a little sooner so it wouldn't have been so last minute. That was not my office that made that choice. Now, from last Tuesday night, when we went through it and made a lot of progress, as you know, my colleague, the clerk, was away on bereavement leave all week. A young woman died tragically in the family, and she was gone. I want to acknowledge her because when she got back Monday, having been gone, She and I worked on the phone trying to bring this to conclusion. She was on past 11 p.m. last night with me, and after we concluded working together, I sat up a great deal of last night working to bring this to finality. I got the stuff from the assistant clerk who was working her head off with her boss gone. And she got it to me Thursday after we were practically into Wednesday morning with the meeting. And then a follow-up on Friday and some follow-up from one of the committee members as well, who I've acknowledged before, Mr. Templer, who was very helpful. And that left us having to pull it together, and also the clerk was here Monday. I did my best to get it done. I had hoped to get it done yesterday. As it turned out, even working mostly through the night, it went into today, and then it needed some work, and then it needed a little more. It was later in the day than I had hoped. And to the extent that that is a problem, I will be happy to own that, and I will certainly apologize that we couldn't get it sooner, but we worked at it. We had the meeting. The commission wasn't able to meet the week prior, which would have eased that path considerably, and nobody anticipated that the clerk would be out all week, and she's worked her tail off on this, and so is Ms. Pierre, and I have to acknowledge them both. I wish I could have got to it sooner. I truly do.
All right,
but let me say substantively, okay? There are only 3 major items that the commission chose to put forward. There are only 3 significant ones. They're very simple. One is the change of election date. There's a number of things that are ancillary to that if that passes, and extending the terms and all that, but that's only if related to it if it passes. A second one is that there be mandated a second meeting anytime that the commission does not finish an entire agenda, that there be a meeting within 15 days to address it. It's very simple. It's not complicated in any way. And the third one was the one that I think the vice mayor offered, that said that compensation could only be raised by a vote of 6 instead of 5 commissioners. Those 3 very simple things were discussed, debated, understood. There's no mystery about them. Everyone knows that those are the items, and that's what we wrote. Now, there are a few smaller matters that we made reference to. There's one that is clarifying
Let
that
me
deals
clarify,
with...
please, 1 minute, Mr. Geller. What he's saying is they repeated the same thing on twice. Commissioner, they repeated the same thing twice. And what he's saying is, instead of giving us the usual that I was accustomed to, where he would give us this 3 or 4 that would actually be on the ballot, he gave you one paragraph that the 3 or 4 things that go on the ballot is in reference to those things in that one paragraph.
Right. There's an attachment that's available in the clerk's office, which is the actual red line. We say that all these items are on the red line.
Where?
It's in the resolution, in the ballot, the notice, and then it's in the resolution itself. Now, let me just say, there were a couple of other things we've made reference to. There's one that talks about the powers of the city manager to enforce if he has to get an outside expert and make them pay for it. That's already the law in this city, but we made reference. There's one that Commissioner Smuckler had that's a clarifying language about the fact that somebody has to be not just a legal resident, but we added domicile. It's not really changing anything, it's clarifying. And then there was one about when the 120 days of absence is counted, And we made reference to those three. Everything else is just, there's some little like grammatical corrections or something. There's one where it says, oh, it's by law instead of referring to. But there's three items that everybody understands. Now, to be clear, if the commission wanted, if you said we don't want it all combined, I would separate them tomorrow. We will not miss the deadline, whether it's a hard and fast deadline or not. We're not going to miss it. And if you preferred it in some other format, I asked, check the record, before we adjourned last week. I said I would like some instructions on how the commission would like to see this presented, and I wasn't given any. So I struggled with it, did the best I could, came up with something that I think works. If you want to see it differently, that's up to you. But there's no lack of transparency. Everybody heard the whole discussion last week. There's nothing new. I'm not adding anything. I'm taking those three things, change the date, have another meeting within 15 days if you don't finish, and the raise in compensation. They're each laid out. There's a backup in the clerk's office. There's no mystery. They're not new. They're not a surprise to anybody, either in the audience or here. They've been discussed and debated ad nauseum. So there's the reso. It makes reference to the clarifying ones and some others. There will be a red line. It's attached. It says that. It's maintained, notes in the clerk's office, the full text of each one that was looked at. And it seemed to me, because it so much that the committee had suggested was not adopted by the commission, it made sense to me to try to put them into one item that people could look at and understand and decide if they want it. But if you want to change that, it's easy to do. And I assure you, if I have to reword it tomorrow into 3 or into 4 or whatever you want to have, there's still going to be nothing new. It's still going to be the exact same items that we spent 6 hours on a week ago. Nothing new.
Mr. Geller, can I speak for a few minutes? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'm looking at here, and the rest of my colleagues, is that what you're expecting, that one paragraph to be on the ballot? The official ballot is going to have only that paragraph. One question. Is that
yes,
what
ma'am, because we are limited to 75 words
Hold on.
per item.
Hold on. But we're only having one item.
And it's less than 75 words. I made it work.
Hold on. You don't have to go further. I want to clarify what I'm doing. So I was at the meeting because I'm a commissioner. So I know what this means about compensation. But the public's going to vote yes or no. They have no idea what you're talking about. How do they know what they're voting for? How do they know that the compensation or the changing of the election date changes to May? How do they know any of this, that if it changes to May, the commissioners that are currently here, not here the next time, will get an extra, whatever,
6 months.
6 months. How do they know that the commission compensation, which I had phone calls on from somebody that was in the public, that you're not only freezing the salary that cannot be raised without the public's vote, but you're also paying a COLA of 3%, which the call I had objected to. But how would the public know this? Now, again, excuse me, again, I've only done this is my third time. But if I wasn't a commissioner, my husband, and this is what he reads, yes or no, He has no idea what it means, number one. Number two, somebody brought up a very pertinent point to me that I think should be on the ballot. A very pertinent point, because it was affected something major in our city. And that is the fact that when we rely on information, the question was to rely on the most updated information. And that wanted to be part of the charter. And I find that to be, whether it's the sewers going from septic tank to sewers with the cost, whether it was Washington Park's brand new complex for the city that happens to be located in Washington Park, the most updated information when you were voting. So I found that to be, all of a sudden, that one word added to the charter was very important, because 20-year-old information was used for traffic studying and for Eastern Shore's population. And that's not good. It happens to affect Eastern Shores, so the person that brought that up, no gain, no loss of money, had nothing to do with any improvements. It had to do with major, major decisions. So to me, I still can't vote on this. How can we vote on what, that one thing? You could have 6, you could have 8.
I don't like the changing of the dates or anything, but what you're looking at, there's a summary, and then in that, it breaks everything down.
Where is it going to break it down? He's saying no. He's saying this is, I asked specifically, was this all they're going to see? And his answer was yes.
Well, let me say, Commissioner, there are 3 answers to your specific question as to how people would know. The first one, frankly, after all the conversation that some members of the commission have had saying that, certain voters pay very close attention, whoever that is, the matter has been discussed extensively, and people who follow the city, I think.
There's 200 to 400 people that follow the city.
And number 2,
15,000 that vote.
The second way that people would know is because it makes reference, if anybody takes the time to look at a sample ballot, to look at the question in advance, it makes reference to the fact that all of these things are on file with the city clerk. And then third, yes, for anyone to check, which is often the case. And third, typically when something like this happens, there is some group or some body that goes ahead and runs a political campaign and urges people to vote one way or another, to vote in favor, to vote against, whichever side they're on, and they communicate to voters, and they say, vote yes, vote no, and those 3 ways are the things that are done. Keep in mind, even if it's your preference that these be split, we can split them.
Sure.
But
Excuse me,
even then, let me just say this, even then, there's still a 75-word limitation, and a lot of these things really are never able to be adequately described in 75 words. You're still making decisions, having shorthand. People still have to go through the process of finding out if they're interested in it, what it entails. But if you think it's better to do it that way, we'll do it that way.
Okay,
That's your choice, not mine.
Okay, Mr. Geller, I come to this commission with common sense. That's my gift. I'm giving the public my common sense and my 80 years experience and almost 50 years selling real estate. If it's not written and not initialed, it's not happening. The only thing, and that's why I'm so adamant, this does not make sense. They're going to look it up ahead of time, and then they're going to go to the clerk and get the details, or they're going to watch the video. No, if you find 100 people that would do that, let me know. 2, they're going to go to a group that tells them, okay, maybe the group will tell them maybe they'll tell 50, 60 people in that group. What about the other 4,000 or 5,000 are voting? Number 3 of what you said, this is what's going on the ballot. This right here, it can. Not only does it have to be broken up in 3 things, but I think the other thing is very important to be added, because it did change the charter to demand that the most recent information. And I think that that's an important one that should be added. And the city manager, after we decided what to vote on and what not to vote on, there was one charter amendment that I wanted the city manager to explain why he feels that that charter amendment should be included and perhaps added now. We could eliminate, as you say, things that are redundant, that are already part of our comprehensive plan, or already part of our ordinances or resolutions or whatever. We don't have to do that. But these 3 things were pertinent. The thing about having the latest information was pertinent, maybe something else, and then it needs each one of them. If you all voted in the last time that the charter was changed, even if you weren't a commissioner, you saw how it was done. It was done with 6 or 7 things, and that's the way you read them. Did you want to change this, or you didn't?
I think it was 10 of them.
Yeah, and only what?
Yeah, so I personally, I think there's like 5 or 6 here. I would like them separated, because there's some that, as a voter, I'm not even talking about as a commissioner right here. When I go vote, there's some that I may vote yes, and there's some that I may vote no.
I second that.
And if it's this way, then I may just have to vote no, and so may many other people. So I would like to see these separated, please.
May I
I'll
just
make
say
that
one
motion.
thing to Commissioner Smith? I'm looking at the exact language that was adopted in regard to 3.1.1K, and I don't think that's the one that had the word updated in it. I'm not seeing
Most
it.
recent. The words were most recent.
Well, I'm not seeing, maybe I'm missing it, Commissioner. I'll show it to you and bring it to you. I'm not seeing, there were some things that were similar that were not adopted. I just don't see.
I make a motion to split it up.
I don't see that was in the one that you passed.
It was not, and that's why I'm bringing it back, that I think it's pertinent.
I think that's about the variances, right, Commissioner Smith?
I'd like to make a motion to split them up, please.
I second that.
All right.
Did you?
Okay.
If you split them all up, if you have 2 or 3 that are going to get approved, if you're going to have 2 or 3 that are going to get approved and 2 that are going to lose, in this way, it either fails or it doesn't.
But let the people decide
Yeah,
what
well,
they
the thing-
want. Not
Yeah, but
everybody wants
No, but the thing is this. See, because like I said, I'm not supportive of it at all. But what I will say is this, so you guys can understand. Even when we had the 10 or the 20, only what was it, 2?
It was 10.
It was only 2 of them. So go ahead. Like
We
there
had
was only
back
2 of
in
them that went through.
2016. There was, I believe it was 10, and only 2
2 goes. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
or 2. No, 2 failed.
No. It was there was a bunch of them, but like
It was the civil service.
They mostly
board.
failed.
they mostly failed.
Right.
They did
Mostly failed. So
But I want to bring back 2 that didn't pass.
But
Mr. Kazan, with all due respect, go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
No, I think I made the motion, but it doesn't matter to me who makes the
can't
motion.
we get public opinion on it too?
No, this was not tied to that. This was tied to this is this pretty much is a resolution. It's not tied to that. And we had 6 hours of this before. There's a motion to separate, right?
I made the motion. She made the
and a
motion. We all made the motion.
Give them the direction to separate them, and let's move on.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but I have to say, with all deference, I'll do it any way you want to, but the commission needs to be, please. I asked last time, we wouldn't be having this discussion if you had just given me instructions.
Well, you know the truth,
Excuse
Mr.
me, ma'am.
Geller?
Please, Commissioner, let me finish.
Well, that's the third time you said that. Let me just say to you, I didn't think you needed that instruction because I've seen it done that way twice. I thought that
There are
was the standard.
multiple ways to do it. I'm happy to split them, but you can't just tell me
I'm pretty sure we said that we wanted them individual.
you did not.
We didn't.
But that said, I asked for instructions and I didn't get it. If you're gonna give me instructions now, I'm happy to take them, but don't just say split it and leave it to me.
No.
Tell me, if you're gonna split them, tell me how many and
are
which
there?
ones.
said three main issues.
No, but now I want to bring back, Mr. Attorney, can I bring back the two issues? One, I want the manager to just explain to me, maybe be off the table still, or something we didn't understand. And the other one is to add the fourth one, because you can have 6 or 8, add the fourth one, that it has to be the most recent information.
The answer is, I'd have to locate where that was and see what it was part of. But you have a resolution in front of you that encompasses what you did last meeting, but you are the city commission and you have the privilege of amending the resolution in front of you. And if you want to essentially reconsider something that was voted on last meeting, I think if you were on the prevailing side, which I believe you were, you have, unless you voted no on that item, you have the privilege of asking to reconsider whatever that was done last meeting. So yes, you may do
Here
that.
we have like 6, is it 5 or 6 items? Let's just make 5 or 6 items.
Just tell me which ones, make it part of your motion,
Mr. Mayor.
and I'll
Then
do
make-
exactly
Mayor.
that.
Each one of them make it 1.
Mr. Mayor, could we please ask the manager to explain the one that we voted down?
There were many you voted down, but one in
No,
particular.
this was the second one that really involved, I don't know, power, I'm going to listen to what he says, but it involved lawsuits and how the city is greatly affected. So I wanted the manager to tell us, because it could make a significant difference in the next 10 years.
Okay, and in 2009, I think it is, there were 7 ballot amendments for the city of North Miami Beach. So we can have 6, it's fine.
Sure, you can.
Well, there are a few, like the one Scrivener's error changed to general law. There are a few that absolutely, the extending terms, if you change the date of the election, extending terms by 6 months, and the new procedure for those people to how they run, and those absolutely do go together. So that's why I'm trying, those are not each a separate item. The one that makes a change that says by general law is grouped with some other Scrivener's errors or corrections. And that's why I'm just asking, look, Commissioner, I'll do it any way you want to.
So have
if that's
one
what you
for
wanna
the
do.
Scrivener's errors
Okay.
to
can
cover
you
them
do-
all.
Can you do
And-
up to 5, please?
There may be more than,
Well, it could be 6.
I think it's,
Up to 6, okay.
if you determine that that's what you want to do. I think it's 7, Mayor, I'm sorry. I think so.
All right, there were 7 last time, we can do 7 again.
Okay, I'll second
I'm
that.
sorry,
motion.
Commissioner Smucker.
I said there were 7 last time, we can do 7 again.
I'll second. Aye. Okay, wait, could the mayor, what are we talking? We want to hear from the manager. No, but could we hear what it is? Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Commissioner Smith, for bringing this back. It is extremely important, and like the members of the commission, members of the Charter Review Board were very much pro Section 7.1 and 7.2, and then we delved into the issue and had a real discussion about it. So there is a perception that the civil service boards are there to protect the employees, and to the extent that is how they're perceived and what the intention is behind them. And there are, as the labor board leader had mentioned before at the last meeting, there are several cities that still have civil service board. So it begs the question, why are so many cities getting rid of their civil service board? And it's due to the liability that they create. If you look at every city that still has a civil service board, it is advisory only. Advisory only to the city manager's office. And that is because of the serious charter issues that are posed by the old way by which civil service boards were created. In the past, civil service boards could hear complaints from employees, and they could make decisions to overturn the manager's charter powers, which is to hire, to fire, to promote, or demote, which is in Section 3.1 of our charter. And that is where the liabilities lie up. In addition, it also becomes a hotbed of corruption when you have an opportunity where, as we had in a previous city.
Oh, yeah.
Very well documented, where there are elected officials and residents that will say to employees, hey, I'm on the civil service board, or I have influence on the civil service board. If you get in trouble, we'll get it reversed. And there's exchange of money or some type of consideration, and that moves forward. Civil service boards, and you have a separation of powers issue. Again, Section 3.1 of the charter says the manager has the sole authority to hire, fire, promote, and demote. So I can delegate my powers to the assistant city manager. I can delegate my powers to the deputy city manager. I can delegate my powers to a board. But the commission does not have the authority to delegate powers you don't have. And when you select someone for a civil service board that is then going to be empowered to hire, fire, promote, or demote, you're in violation of the charter, and you open the city up to significant liabilities. So in Section 7.1...
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, please talk about 7.1 as well.
Yes, and I know 7.1 is very important to Mr. Geller because of the lawsuits that you're begging to have by not, and we were in agreement with, and again, the Charter Review members, they were pro 7.1, and then we dived into the issues and went by one, and Mr. Geller was specific about how 7.1. For one example, and if I just give you one example only, according to 7.1, the manager can only terminate someone on their anniversary. So that means every time somebody is let go and it's not the anniversary, they have a lawsuit based on our charter. So why would we leave that there? And that's what the Charter Review Committee saw, and that was why they changed course and recommended that it be put to the residents to have it removed.
So I really need everybody's input. Please, commissioners, help me with this one, because you're a yin and a yang to give up the Civil Service Board.
Commissioner Smith, I just want to point out the discussion about the Civil Service Board that the manager has is important, but that's 7.2 and 3 and 4. 7.1 that says he can terminate department heads does not require that you get rid of Civil Service Board. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but 7.1 is separate, and it's designed to help us in litigation.
Okay, 7.1 I wasn't discussing because I'm in total agreement that that should go on the ballot, that 7.1 should go on. But 7.2, to eliminate the civil service, when you're not in the union, you won't have a voice. And yet, if that's the case, I didn't realize that the civil service may suggest that that they shouldn't be fired. But that doesn't mean that that is the final word that they aren't fired. In other words, if the manager, forget the manager we had, Mr. Williams, let's say 4 years from now, a manager fires somebody and they go to the Civil Service Board, if the Civil Service Board reverses it, the commissioners get no say, from what I just heard now.
If the civil service, and if that's your buddy, because your buddy was in that department with you, and you want to reverse it. So, I mean,
Well,
I need help.
The
I
Civil
need help.
Service Board is 5 residents and 1 from
Yeah.
the police union and 1 from the general employees union. And I served as the chair of the Civil Service Board for years, and I was in the committee prior to being the chair for years. And I don't ever remember. I mean, there was only one time that there was a case about firing somebody that we actually reversed it. But that was one time in years, and that was with attorneys and attorneys for this side, attorneys for that side. That was like that meeting took hours. But I will never get rid of the Civil Service Board. I don't have an issue with getting rid of that thing about
7.1.
the one about the anniversary, just the
That's
anniversary.
7.1.
If 7.1 is only about the anniversary, but at the
No,
same
ma'am, there's one other thing
Mhm.
that says, divides classified from unclassified.
Okay,
The old
I'm
definition
I'm
of,
only doing the anniversary one.
the old definition said that only department heads are unclassified. Everyone else is classified service.
I'm
When that was adopted,
He's
I may just explain, when that was adopted, there didn't exist deputy city manager, assistant city manager, chief of staff that department heads report to. So the revised definition would say, if you're that high ranking that department heads report to you, then you're not classified service like someone that's in the engineering pool. You are in the same category as department heads because you rank above the department heads, and that will help us to avoid lawsuits from every one of those people if terminated, because they should not be classified instead of because people who report to them are unclassified.
All right, and then one more thing. The reason that there hasn't been a Civil Service Board meeting in 8 years, by the way, is because the prior meeting prior to me coming on did changes to the it wasn't the charter. It was the civil service rule changes was done by the commission. It was done by the commission. Okay, actually, let me backtrack. The Civil Service Board did changes. Our changes were more to modernize it, to do, instead of instead of saying he or she, it was, correct terms. We added things that just were the civil service was done in the 50s. We just modernized it a little bit. And we passed it, and it came to the commission, and the then manager and the then mayor did not want the Civil Service Board then. I'm not saying now. The then manager and the then mayor did not want the Civil Service Board, and they changed it completely from what the Civil Service Board ruled, and they changed it completely, and that's why there hasn't been a meeting in 8 years, because there was no power to the Civil Service Board. So if the then commission 9 years ago, did this, why can't we do the same thing ourselves? Why are we even discussing about doing this on the charter? I'm sorry, on a ballot.
If no, but like, okay, so can we, because like I said, I just want us to move on. Can we see if we can do this by another form of legislation through an ordinance, please, on the civil service?
Well, if we can,
I think
because
we.
But I don't want the deadline of the 24th to pass and then find out we can't.
The ballot. 7.1.
I'll accept the one about the anniversary.
All right, so is there? Okay,
I would like to add 7.1, and I'd like to add also the one that says the most current information.
With deference, is the chair, Mr. Kazan, still here? I'm not sure where that is. I'll look for it, Commissioner, the updated. But first, there's a motion, Mayor, to reconsider the decision on 7.1. If the motion to reconsider passes, Commissioner Smith could then move to add that item.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now you have to make the motion, Commissioner,
Make the motion.
to
I
add
make a
7.
motion that the ordinance regarding that if they need to hire engineers, if they need to
No, so you need to
developer-
do 7.1 first, Commissioner. You did that. You just
Made the motion.
reconsidered it. You have to vote on it.
We had a motion to reconsider the 7.1, the anniversary one.
Okay, now we have to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion, we vote on 7.1.
Is it
Put
motion
it on the
okay,
ballot.
motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. All right, next.
Okay, the one about the.
I'm opposed. Wait. Let's do it. Wait.
Well, I want the anniversary part.
That's it.
Okay. Oh, okay. But I thought he said it was something else.
No, that's what we're gonna.
The other thing in it was that deputy city manager, assistant, can't sue.
No. So
Just those
there's
two
only two items. One, the looking up to the most updated information, and then
That's right, under the engineer paying.
okay. So
I have to find it, Commissioner.
the anniversary. We just voted on the anniversary.
All right.
All right. No.
I'm a yes.
Okay, so that passes. Okay.
7.1.
On the anniversary. Next is the most recent information.
The most updated information on the engineers where they have to, if the city's requiring it, the developer has to pay, but it has to be the most updated
I
information.
have a motion and a second.
No, and that
I have to
goes
find
back
it, sir. I'm sorry.
If somebody, we had to hire it, the developer had to pay it.
Developer had to pay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's in there.
Okay.
Yes.
So
That's adopted already, but this thing about the update, I don't see where it is.
I guess you have to add the language in when you draft it up. All right. So we got I got a
Motion. A motion.
A second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I oppose.
Aye. Aye.
Yeah, it's just for that language. All right. I oppose. I oppose. Next item is now we're going into the consent agenda, please.
Mayor, if I might, just one last housekeeping thing. You've just added 2 things. I need the
We have up
motion
to
that passed by Commissioner Smuckler identifying how many items to be increased by the number of items you just added.
We
No.
voted up to 7.
No, that will be 5 now.
Was previously 7,
Up
and you
to.
just added 2, which I think takes us to 9.
No, we didn't.
Up to 7 ballots. That's what I'm saying. To the best of your ability. We've already voted on it.
You put 2 of them, 3 of them together.
Yeah, so-
Of the ones that we passed before. Continue to do that.
Continue to do say up to 7.
We just want the 3 that are on here. But
No,
Remember that if we added 9 and each has to be 75 words, how is he going to condense them?
Because some of them are
Right, so let's just do 9. I mean, up to 9.
up to 9. All right.
I make a motion to up to 9.
I have a motion and a second. All in
She has
favor,
to
say aye.
rescind she has to rescind the other motion
I
first.
rescind my
So you want to
updated. Rescind, update.
Have we reached 7 already?
I think there were, yes, sir.
Where's
If
okay?
you really split them all up, I think yes.
Okay, I
3
want
majors,
to
3
rescind my
minors, and 1
previous motion
one-
and change it to up to 9.
Thank you.
Okay.
But, excuse me. What we're saying, what I think we're saying is, when you said the ones that were already part of an ordinance in our city, we don't need that, we still don't need that one. Why do we have 9?
The one that you're pushing?
No, we should have
The one that you said about current and liable data? That was the one we said that's reliable.
But the ones when you said earlier to Commissioner Smuckler had something that she wanted, you said that's already in an ordinance. What was it?
No, what I said was that
No, there was, when the city attorney said that the minor ones weren't going to go on the ballot because they were already part of an ordinance.
No, she was talking about.
I was talking about how the commission itself changed the civil service.
No,
laws.
that had nothing to do with it. It was for-
Okay. But like, just so right now, just to clarify, because look. It's 10:23. All right. So we can go up to 7.
No, she just said up to 9, and I might need it, Mayor.
Well,
I might
up
need it.
to 9 doesn't mean 9.
Okay.
Up means up to.
9. Okay. So you got a motion.
Second.
A second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Next item is consent.
Okay, and last thing, Mayor, just the item, Commissioner Smith, that you're talking about, I believe is 1-4. It says current and reliable data. Just as a note, what passed is for that section, 1-4.
Did it pass?
Well, you voted yes.
Yeah,
to add
okay.
that.
No, I mean, but it
1-4.
didn't pass the other day. Okay.
The other day it didn't. Now you moved to to bring that up.
And what was the power one?
What? You want to say no vote on what?
Like the first one was a power thing. Anybody, manager?
The mic.
What was the power? The first one was like something on power.
7.1, I think.
7.1, Commissioner.
7.1?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, can we go to consent, please? Go to consent, please.
Wait, doesn't
Move to approve consent agenda.
Second, please read.
Attorney.
Consent agenda.
Yes, it's a long one.
Oh, yeah.
Item 12.1, Commission Conference Minutes of June 16th, 2026, sponsored by the City Clerk. Item 12.2, Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of June 16th, 2026, sponsored by the City Clerk. Item 12.3, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of June 22nd, 2026, sponsored by the City Clerk. Item 12.4, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of July 6, 2026, sponsored by the City Clerk. I'm going to need your help, Madam Clerk, to identify the polls when I get to them, the ones transferred to legislation or deferred, period.
All right, let's do it.
Item 12.5, Resolution number R 2026-87, ratifying and approving a budget transfer within the Community Development Department, sponsored by the City Manager, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, ratifying and approving a budget transfer within the annual budget for fiscal year October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026, in the amount of $150,000 from salaries and related benefits accounts to professional services accounts within the Community Development Department to support staff augmentation services previously authorized pursuant to Resolution number R 2026-71, providing for implementation, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Item 12.6, Resolution number R 2026-88, approving the lease buyout of 27 vehicles from Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $56,610, sponsored by the City Manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the buyout of 27 leased vehicles from Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc. upon completion of their lease terms in an amount not to exceed $56,610. Authorizing the City Manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 12.7. Resolution number R 2026-89, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Trinova, Inc. for the sole source purchase of turnkey rehabilitation of the sodium hypochlorite pump room, sponsored by the City Manager, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City, North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Trinova, Inc. for the sole source purchase of turnkey rehabilitation of the sodium hypochlorite pump room in a budgeted amount not to exceed $196,882. Authorizing the City Manager to designate all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Deferred.
The next one is deferred to the next commission meeting, is that right? 12.8? Okay, so item 12.9. Resolution number R 2026-91, approving and authorizing change order with Rexel USA, sponsored by the City Manager. Resolution is Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Rexel USA, Inc., increasing the contract by an annual amount not to exceed $55,000 for the purchase of Allen Bradley and Rockwell automation equipment and services. Authorizing the City Manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 12.10, resolution number R 2026-92, authorizing a change order in the contract with Protivity Government Services, Inc., sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a change order to the contract with Protivity Government Services, Inc., increasing the estimated expenditure by $25,000 for temporary staffing services, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 12.11. Resolution number R 2026-93, approving and authorizing change order with Magolsi Inc., sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a change order to the contract with Magolsi Inc., increasing the estimated expenditure by $26,539 for the Northeast 168th Street, Northeast 20th Avenue roundabout project, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 12.12, resolution number R 2026-94, approving a change order with AMI Engineering LLC, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with AMI Engineering Inc., AMI Engineering LLC, increasing the annual expenditure by $32,000 for the purchase of professional engineering services, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation, availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 12.13, resolution number R 2026-95, approving utilization of state and federal law enforcement funds for state and federal law enforcement, should say forfeiture funds, for related police purchases, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the purchase of law enforcement, operational equipment, supplies, and wellness services, utilizing law enforcement trust funds in an amount not to exceed $211,000, inclusive of $100,000 from the State Law Enforcement Trust Fund number 173 and $111,000 from the Federal Law Enforcement Trust Fund number 172, providing for implementation, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Apparently, number 1214 is moved to legislation. Item 1215.
Pulled.
That's also legislation?
Yes.
Okay, pulled to legislation. Item 1216 was that one of those settlement agreements, pulled to legislation. Item 1217, the other settlement agreement, pulled from consent, moved to legislation.
Move to approve.
That concludes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, discussion items, Commissioner Smucker. No, I didn't move you guys only moved yours, so.
Figures.
Actually, Mr. Manager, if you can update us on the figures contract?
Yes, Commissioner. So the figures contract, we reached out to, some time ago, we actually reached out to the management over at Figures to try to get some clarification on the services that they are contracted to provide, to see if we could move that item forward, seeing that there had been little progress in the city on that particular item. I requested on several occasions to get a meeting with a member of their team and staff, and we did not get a response. We did see, and I was copied on some responses to the commission with regard to status and update. However, with regard to providing an actual service to the city for the amount of money and the expenditures that we were paying, didn't make sense. And we needed to get a resolution as quickly as possible. And from my perspective, considering the exorbitant, I would say above market rate of the contract, I expected above market services. So before terminating the contract, I wanted to see if there was something unique which would make sense about the additional cost, so that would make the product or service better for the residents. Unable to get an answer to that, we sent a termination letter to the Figures team. They subsequently continued to send invoices which were not paid, and we sent back to them their termination letter denying payment, and that was the last of the engagement.
Okay, so now we paid them and they did not provide any services to us?
That would be accurate, yes.
All right, so can we get money back, ask for money back?
We can certainly ask. And we will look to do that. I did review their contract, though, and they do. Now, there was something in the contract that says that they do a setup period. Now, certainly not going to be months and months and months, but it was, I think we're in month 6 of the contract and still hadn't had a service provided to the residents. But let's assume that the first 3 months was a setup period for them where they're working on their back end and working on the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure here with the city. Then we could look to get or request 3 months return.
All right, I would like to request everything back because if they haven't done anything, then they shouldn't get paid.
Certainly, we will look to do that, and I will also defer to the city attorney if there is to meet with him, go over the contract to see if there's an opportunity for us to recoup dollars from a litigation standpoint, and if he see it sufficient and worthy to do that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Through the mayor, I have a question about this. Was it ever procured?
Yes. Yes.
So there was a comparison, and we still chose an expensive one?
It wasn't that type of procurement. It was a waiver.
Oh, so the manager's allowed to waive?
Under certain circumstances, yes, according to our procurement policies and procedures, yes.
Like, can you name a couple of circumstances for me, please?
Yes, I'll bring up the Chief Procurement Officer, Mrs. Depozois, to provide that listing.
I actually think, Commissioner, but from recollection, without it in front of me, that it takes a vote of the commission to waive that.
That's what I think.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Our city code, our procurement code, does have language that we can waive bids for certain projects. It may fall under an exemption, and we are able to move forward under the manager's threshold, as well. Bid waivers under the manager's threshold are able to move forward. These services were reviewed and by the previous city manager and the CMO team. So we moved forward after signing off on the agreement. The agreement went to the city attorney, and we moved forward with that agreement.
Just because did you procure the other vendor that we have for text messaging?
No.
Oh, you didn't do that either.
So we're using the word procure, right?
Right.
So procure is kind of to get, right? And so under the procurement code, there are different ways to attain goods and services. It's not always with going out to bid in the market. So there are different variations of how we procure items. And so under our code, we're able to procure in various ways. And so if you're asking, did these services go out to bid? The answer is no. The other service that we had through the other vendor did not go through a formal solicitation.
Oh, the previous one didn't either?
No, it did not.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I was just curious about that.
Yeah. All right, your turn, Commissioner Sue, your next item, accountability.
Okay. So this is again about the city attorney. Once again, I'm raising a serious concern regarding the performance of our city attorney. I think today we have had many examples of having agenda items or, that we are supposed to be voting on being placed on the dais on the day of. Last time we had 4 items. The time before that we had a couple. I think this is not, let me, to keep the time straight here. So the level of legal counsel being given to us, our staff and our residents is unacceptable. The city attorney's job is to advise the commission and not be the 8th commissioner. Yet at our May meeting, our city attorney took the took it upon himself to declare, quote unquote, without objection, that a citizen petition should move forward without the required commission vote. He has no right to usurp our procedural authority. Our city attorney also seems to be unfamiliar with basic parliamentary procedures. Instead of giving us clear guidance on our charter and Robert's rules, we are given a roundabout and left without any direction. Many a times, our city mayor actually made a motion without giving up his gavel to the vice mayor. There's just several items that happen like that without his intervention. I'm also troubled by the way legal matters are being handled. Our agenda for tonight's meeting include the settlement of lawsuits, which we were expected to vote upon, whether or not to approve. It was originally placed on the consent agenda as if it were some routine administrative item or that something that we had already agreed upon. If we didn't pull this down for discussion, we would have not had that discussion. I've already, we have talked extensively about that. I'm not going to bore the rest of the audience about this, but meanwhile, we didn't have this settlement talked about. It's a 6-figure settlement. We know nothing about it. There's not enough evidence or information that was given with us in the documents, like how the process actually came to where it was. So I assume that I'm not the only member on this commission being put in an unacceptable position. When it comes to legislation, especially decisions that involve large sums of taxpayer money, we must do what is best in the interest of the city's residents. We cannot do our job if we're ill-informed or misinformed by our city attorney. Yet, we will be the ones held accountable. Again, this is unacceptable. This pattern continues with other legislative matters. As of 1 o'clock in the afternoon today, obviously, we got it on the dais, so that their meeting had concluded, the Charter Review Committee had concluded May 20th. They had another little thing that they wanted to clear up on a Zoom call June 29th. And today is June 22nd. We did not rush him and say, you have to get it done in a week. Sorry, July 22nd, thank you. So, according to Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-1.2, our agenda and all relevant materials thereto must be concluded 5 business days preceding the City Commission meeting and posted and delivered by 5 p.m. Our residents have a right to review everything with plenty of advance notice before a meeting. There is no information about this proposed charter amendment posted on the agenda as we speak. I also asked the city clerk if she could give us the minutes from the meeting July 14th, and that was also not yet ready. But all in all, I think that the attorney had attended every single charter meeting, and he had taken notes, and he had had the help of our committee members, such as Mr. David Templer and Mr. Bruce Cousins, to help draft and do the red line document. But it's still, everything that is done, I understand that Elizabeth was also helping the attorney in doing this. She stayed late at night to complete that type up for him. And yet, we still don't have, we have a one item with 3 subsections of the item to vote on for the people, for the voters. NMB taxpayers are spending over $1 million a year for legal services that are frankly below subpar. We and our residents expect more and deserve better. There are many more issues that need to be addressed, but I think everyone here gets the point by now. Our city attorney needs to be held to the same standards as we hold for our city manager. We are not getting the same level of excellent service from our attorney as we receive from our manager, and again, this is unacceptable. We cannot do our job if our city attorney doesn't do his. I certainly do not expect to have to bring this up again because our residents deserve excellence from us as well as our charter employees and the entire staff of the city of North Miami Beach.
Mr. Mayor? May I ask Commissioner Sue a question?
Go ahead.
Commissioner, you asked me for the July 14th
I
minutes?
did over the phone. I asked you, where's the, remember when I was asking you about the document, the attachment? I said, did you also have the minutes? We're missing the minutes from the 14th. And
What
on
was
the
my
agenda,
answer?
there is no minutes from the 14th.
No, what did I answer?
No, you said you don't have it ready yet.
Okay.
Because you said you weren't here. You don't know if Elizabeth, and you did refer to Elizabeth, and you said you don't know if Elizabeth had prepared it already. But as of like you verifying it, you didn't have it.
Okay. Next discussion item is proclamation. Yours, Adam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Today, yet again, we exceeded our time for the proclamation and recognition. I don't want to take any recognition away from any of our residents, but I want us to be cognizant of the time that we spend in recognizing individuals when we are actually doing the work of the public, all of North Miami Beach residents. I also want to make sure that we are protecting the sanctity and the sacredness or the special ness of our proclamations. I don't know how many proclamations that we have issued this year, but I know that at one event, there was a proclamation given to everyone, and it was on site. And of course, I'm glad that that did not happen in our city hall, in our chambers, because if it did, we would probably be here till 10 o'clock. So my point in bringing this up is to ask for your cooperation.
So,
I
you
don't
want to agree to just one?
Hang on. I have a proposal set, and I'd like to hear what you have to say afterwards. I don't want to take away your ability to recognize someone, right? At the same time, I think like we should reserve certain proclamations like that we want to recognize certain residents who have been longtime residents but have deceased. And maybe we can call those resolution of condolences instead, so that it is separated from proclamations. I would love to give proclamations, certificates, and key to the city to people who actually like in the level that it is deserved. So and deserving is in your judgment, right? I'm not going to tell you how to judge that. You get to do that because this is within your right as an elected official. So
the only thing I would say, to not to cut you off, is because something was brought up, and this needs to be mitigated a little bit harder. And there was a key that was given this past weekend. Not everybody, and this is to your point, Commissioner Smith, because you said you didn't know anything about it. I found out about it later on. I know there was a calendar invite that went out to whoever is responsible. Let's be clear, it was, right? But that didn't. I think we should do a better job in informing all of us, especially when it's something like that, to be a lot more aggravated in letting us know that honor is going to be offered. Just so, because I know you mentioned that was the one thing that stuck out. You said you didn't know when that would happen.
Talking to the mic, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Microphone. Yeah.
So I didn't know what I knew was happening, but even it slipped my mind. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to add from now on, when we donate anything from the city, when we get to the events, that they invite the mayor and the commission to everything that we participated, because we did not get invited. And we did give them the auditorium, not the auditorium, we gave them the amphitheater, and we gave them the generator, and they did not include us on an invitation to be there.
No, what? No, I'm just to no. We were all invited. Know what I'm saying? This was more of like communication. No, we were all.
Yeah, it started as a solicitation for help from him.
We're all invited.
But I'm talking about an email to invite you, so you know what time, where, are you going to be on stage? Is there a run of the, you're going to give a key?
The email had the time, and it was. I got the email invite. I said at this time the key will be presented. I just think that we have to do a better job, at least letting us all know when those events are happening. So it was there. I saw it. It was on Saturday, and it said at this specific time the key will be given. It said it.
Well, it's not in my calendar.
No,
It's on the
I think Bernice actually wrote us an email, I believe.
It's not in my calendar.
I'm not gonna. I know it was out. I know. I saw it in. I saw it in the calendar.
There's my city calendar, July 18th.
No. Wait. Just to clarify, Bernice is here, please, because I have her email. So like, I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus. I got the email.
It's not in my calendar.
Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. When I receive a request for a key or proclamation to be presented off-site, I do send an email and I do request from the requester to give me specific information in terms of time, almost time certain of the presentation, and then I do send an email to mayor and commission, letting them know the time, location, and the presentation. And I put on calendar, if I get an invitation, then I would put that on the calendar.
I just want to get through my.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to get through. So there's 4 categories of things that we usually use as a reward or as a recognition, ceremonial presentations, whatever. So I'm thinking of resolutions of condolences, certificates, proclamations, key to the city. Now, I think the highest honor in giving all these awards out is at City Hall, right? Because they have the backdrop, they have all of us here to take pictures with them. It's not an individual person giving them the proclamation. So I was thinking that perhaps we could limit it to 1 commissioner, 1 proclamation per month in the chamber. Then whatever you want to give outside, that's up to you. So
what I would suggest is this. I think we need more of a policy. It's going to take some time to draft that up. If you want to work with staff in the manager's office to come up.
No, actually, I did. I worked with staff on this.
It's not here.
No, it's not there.
So can we have something so we can work on, as opposed to?
So here's.
I just said like for like our commission conferences.
Got it.
Can we just for like amongst us? Can we just keep it to 1
hour?
No, not 1 hour.
One proclamation.
One proclamation.
Proclamation / certificate.
That's what I was saying.
Or recognition.
Yeah, 1 recognition per
whatever that may be.
Commissioner, right?
Can we just relegate it to that?
I really want to do that. That's what I was saying.
All right, so I have a question. So
Yeah.
I'm doing one next month, in September, I think, for Hunger Month or something, and I think someone else wanted to do it with me. So does that count as
a half.
one for? Is that a half? Or, and
So if 3 people sponsor, it's a third.
no, like seriously, does that mean?
You have a prime sponsor and you have a co-sponsor, so that'll be yours. I guess everybody can co-sponsor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Yeah,
Commissioner Chernoff, sorry.
haven't we had this discussion 2 or 3 times already?
I know.
We never came
We
to a
did like
conclusion.
2 months ago. We said we
Well,
were
no,
going to
the
limit
manager
it.
came up with a
No, the
something.
manager didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, it came for our legislation that we had to do. But
That was the agenda.
We made a commitment 2 months ago that the next month we weren't going to do.
all I'm saying is that can we recommit to that, please?
Go for it.
All right, we're
So
recommitting
I'm gonna have
to
them,
1.
Okay, and also I want us to request it a couple of days earlier, so that the staff would have time to manage this and not have to deal with all the things like in the last minute, right? And then also, I think that we all should have 1 key that we give per year, just to keep the specialness of the key, right? Now, listen, I'm not about, hang on, I'm not about limiting it, but what I want to bring is, at least we should all agree that that person that we want to give the key to gets the key.
No, I understand it, but I think the keeping the consensus for our city business on the day we do business, that's sufficient enough. Look, for me, as a matter of fact, long ago, under the prior mayor, unless he gave the say so, none of them got out. No proclamations, no keys, no nothing. No. Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct.
Correct. No. If he didn't, Tony.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Unless he got the green light, nothing went out.
No, but here's my question to you. I have a question to that, because do you think then that our proclamations are more valuable to people?
My thing is that I think we're here and we represent the city. I think we use our own best judgment on who to honor.
I
and
agree.
I've never abridged that. It's up to you guys. So at the end of the day, I think 1 proclamation per commission conference is sufficient enough. And let's move on to the next.
Okay, so here, let me propose something. Oh no, I'm finalizing this. I will have staff send you the draft that we worked on, and after that, you put your comments in, and then we're going to create a resolution where we all commit to it, and that's it. So everybody gets to put in their 2 cents.
Come up with your draft.
Yes, and then we'll come up with a resolution so that we can get that.
I only think the key is an unusual thing. I think it should be a very limited, very, very limited. I think it's for extreme, but there might be some time that there will be 2 very important people come in a year to somebody, and I don't know the restriction.
Right, like if we had Jeanette Nunez or, Dukins Nazan, whatever, right? I mean, there was a writer, a Haitian writer, I forgot his name.
Okay, so now Commissioner Smucker, your item.
Oh,
Your discussion.
okay. So my discussion item, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of it. All I'm just going to say is that, okay, so let me go in the past. In the past, there's been occasions where the city has purchased a table to an event and it's been empty. It's been 3 commissioners will show up and there's 7 seats empty. And I've always, I think it doesn't look, well, first it's a waste of money for us to even do that. And also it makes our city look bad. And I always thought that we should either fill it up with city staff or city residents that are deserving, city residents that volunteer or on the boards or the committee, the volunteers, residents that we should be inviting, or against staff. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is that I just want to make it a policy that if the city purchases a table for any events, that if there are seats left over, that we only give them either to staff or residents that
Serve on a board.
serve on boards or committees.
And could you add to that resolution?
I'm saying there's certain people on our.
No, I mean I have members on boards that are ex officio.
So you're saying like if they're board members,
Residents who serve on boards.
so they have okay.
Residents who serve on boards or committees.
And could you add to that, that a table is not purchased just by somebody saying, I want to purchase a table? It has to come out of their contingency, or that's the way it has to be?
Or voted on.
Or voted on by the council?
Or it's in the budget.
I agree.
I'm fine with that consensus.
How much was the sponsorship for the Miami-Dade League of Cities? How much did we come in at?
I don't know. It was in the budget.
The sponsorship was $20,000.
Thank you.
For what?
For the table, for the title sponsor. We're title sponsor.
For
All right.
the League of Cities, yeah.
Next is event costs, Commissioner Smith.
What was it?
Event costs. You're right.
What's right, what I was going to ask.
All right.
Oh. So the event, here's my question. I looked at the tape.
What tape?
From last month.
Okay.
In reference to the orchestra coming. Okay. So we were told, we voted on it, that it would be sponsored 100%. And I wanted to know how much does it cost and how close the sponsor is. And I spoke to the manager, and right now there's $9,000. Am I correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
There's 9,000. So what happened to the mayor? Yeah, that's you. What happened to the mayor with his Juneteenth, I don't want to happen again. That we don't have the money and we have to cancel this concert. I'm going to add to the event, when that comes, a couple friendly amendments, and one of them is going to be that if you're going to get sponsor help for an event, you have to have the money in place before we start advertising it. Because if we don't have the money, and we don't have the money of what's going to cost between the concert and what we have, then it has to be canceled, or you have to have enough money in your contingency. So I just want to bring up, it happened at Juneteenth. I don't want us to be shocked, but I see it being advertised now. And if it's going to be advertised, do we have the sponsorship that's going to cover every event, not just this event, but it already happened in the past. Do we already have the money to pay for the concert?
You mean sponsorship money?
The sponsorship money without it being CRA money, or at which I asked on the tape. It was not CRA money. It was not money from the police department or the water plant. So do we have that money?
Thank you so much for the question. The commitment was that the event is going to be fully sponsored. We're still getting sponsorship in. So far, the orchestra is about $8,000, and we have that covered. Staff costs and other auxiliary costs are still being raised. So obviously, we had a short time, but we do have a commitment to raising those.
I want to make sure because
it will be. There's no. I don't think there needs to be a back and forth there. There was a word given, and we're on that trend.
Okay. I had calls on the concert. That's why I'm questioning and making sure, because these people that are buying tickets for $100, Juneteenth, when it came, unfortunately, there was not the funds. So right before it happened, it was canceled.
Oh, you mean no.
The bands.
No. We had the Juneteenth event. It has always been between $20,000 to $25,000. We hired an outside group, said that we can do it for this. Subsequent to that, a lot of things happened and it didn't work out. I guess the manager through his staff decided to do a pared down version, and that's what occurred, right? But there was already a money in the budget for that event, when we do our budget next year, or coming for our next year budget, that's one of the events that survived the DEI purge. One of the few. I'm concerned, and I know that we're gonna get guidance from manager as well as from the city attorney, if we're gonna be affected with the Hanukkah lighting. I don't know if that's exempt. I think we're gonna find the money to make it happen. And I'm going to try my hardest to make it, because it could.
Right. Christmas too, the whole thing.
No, that's what but no, even Christmas, as a matter of fact, has that exemption.
It's a federal holiday.
It's a federal holiday. Yeah. Hanukkah lighting is not, that's something that we're going to have to really try to understand and try to make sure we make happen, because either through a third party that's willing to help and partner up with us. But because of that piece of legislation, it's gonna hold back the Asian market. Nope, no, you can't have the Asian market anymore.
No, you can't have anything.
It's privately funded.
Yeah, but no. Even you can't give any resources to it.
Right.
If it's going to be done, I'm going to.
It all goes together, because I know we're voting on a lot of things. We've got to get going.
Yes, we got to get.
But I'll just tell you, it all goes together, because when it comes to the budget, and it comes to the millage rate, and it comes to what the public deserves and what they're going to get based on our deficit, I just want to make sure. And I use the example of the concert, because I don't want you to be surprised, but I don't want my residents to call me. I've already had, and they don't live here. They live in the county, and they bought the tickets.
I understand that, but like I said, we got to be cognizant of what's going to be allowed next year. I know we have a packed agenda. Can we go to I think we have the first agenda. We're actually going into our real business right now. So agenda item, what's the first one? Legislation.
No, it's a. Oh, are we bringing in the ones that we pulled?
Items, yeah.
The consent. Yeah, start out with the consent items that we pulled. Please go on. Start.
So 12.14.
Tell me by the consent agenda number in the
Consent
top.
number, and I'll read them.
12.14.
12.14.
There wasn't
12.8.
I'm sorry. Let me look. Just give me a moment.
The art district.
Oh, well, it was deferred to the next commission meeting. Sorry. Okay, so 12.14.
Yeah.
Item 12. Okay, sorry.
Motion to introduce.
Second.
12.14.
Item 12.14 renumbered. Resolution number R 2026-97, development of an arts district and cultural corridor along Northeast 164th Street in the Snake Creek Canal, sponsored by Commissioner Smith, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, for development of an arts district, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
It's your item.
Yeah, thank you very much. The Economic Development Committee voted for this because it's been very successful going down 164th Street in front of the library when they had all of the trees decorated, when they had the umbrellas up, and the word got out and people came from Broward County, other areas of Dade County just to see it, and they want to continue that. They're working on a beautiful project now where they're going to cover a police, a car for breast cancer and covering it in pink. And the committee voted unanimously to go down 164th Street, including the amphitheater. So there will be art where it could be dance. There will be art where it could be music, and along the canal in the back to make an art district. Up to, along the canal, up to, no, past the amphitheater, back behind the condominiums. We're thinking maybe some benches and stuff like that that will be artistic benches.
All right, do we, Mr. Jean?
Go ahead. Oh, thank you. I think it's a great idea. And what is the legislation for? Is it for the proposal to be created, or is it for us to approve the actual district?
Up to approve the actual district.
I think I'm going to mirror the same comments that you made towards the Centennial. What is the actual total? So if there's suggestions made for particular line items for this to be created, be it signage, be it benches, be it, you know, promotional campaign to actually provide the information to the public, it's the reversal.
I cannot find my, I don't know why, it must be still at my house, but I will say this to you, I think
the recommendation from the board, I have that somewhere.
I think they were asking for $2,500. I think, I don't know if it applied to that, but that money would be covered either way, because if need be, could come out of my contingency.
Honestly, if I may, I don't know if Commissioner Jean was done.
Oh, actually, I was next, but you, Vice Mayor, you go first.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, I think this can be something that's a little bit more, more in depth, right? Because an arts district, thank you. An arts district, when you hear about arts districts and corridors, you know, they're well invested in, right? And you're supposed to really work on attracting people to these sites. And so, I actually want to see this do well. Yeah, I actually want to see this do well. And I think in order for that to happen, we need to actually have a map, like see exactly what the location is on a map similar to the CRA. Maybe perhaps see what different areas we can put art in along the canal, along 164th Street, and really think it all the way through so that we can have some real, you know, teeth to this and make it actually happen.
I think your suggestion is wonderful, and I'd like to defer this till the next meeting.
I'll second that
Second.
motion.
Aye.
Yes, Mayor.
12.
Next item, I believe, is it 1215?
12.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2026-99.
Second.
Item formerly 12.15, renumbered. Resolution number R 2026-99, amending the city's events policy to establish standards for the use of elected officials' images on city-produced event materials, sponsored by Commissioner Smuckler. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the city's events policy to establish standards for the use of elected officials' images on city-produced event materials, prohibiting the placement of the face or individual portrait of the mayor or any single member of the City Commission on flyers, posters, digital graphics, social media posts, or other promotional materials produced, printed, or disseminated by the city, except when such elected official is participating as a speaker, panelist, moderator, presenter, or featured participant in the event. Requiring that events sponsored by the mayor and members of the City Commission be approved only by resolution prepared by city staff and not by motion alone. providing for implementation,
Think what
providing for
number is it?
conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Smucker.
Yes, hi. So, I mean, the title I think speaks for itself. And I know that I believe Commissioner Smith had it moved. So I'd like to hear her comments. And I know Commissioner Florimont also had a comment. So I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Through the mayor, then I would like to add two things. I'd like to, with the permission of the sponsor, to add that all sponsored events must have the money prior to any advertising, advertising or reserving of rooms, etc., anything like that, that the money, so I just don't want a last minute cancellation. And I wanted that when the city shares in anything, that we get an invitation as the mayor, whether we give material, whether we give the room, whether we donate money. And I think it's in there, but I want that no vote up here. The gentleman came before us to ask for the amphitheater. I think all that has to go through the manager before he has an ask, because we're voting yes or no, but we don't know what the financial repercussions are. I called to ask afterwards, how much do we usually rent that generator for? And we really haven't rented it, or if we did, nobody knew that answer. But I know the amphitheater we do rent. And so I don't know what that costs in money, but I just think that we should know those answers before we vote. And those are my three comments on this. Otherwise, I'm glad you're bringing it forth.
And I know that Commissioner Florimont had. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I just wanted to be clear that when an elected official is having an event that it's coming out of their contingency, because I think that's kind of been we've been consistent on that if it's coming out of a commissioner's contingency, that they can produce a flyer with their name and their image on it. You're shaking your head, Andy?
No, we did not.
Okay. Well, okay, so the events policy was specific to how many events could be held, from my understanding. It was basically, you have a certain amount of events that you can hold, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, my understanding was, because I've repeated this over and over and over again, that if you're sponsoring something from your contingency, that is completely different than if you have to come up here to get a vote for that particular event. Number two, just the way this reads, it almost seems as if even the events that you're trying to do from your contingency have to also come before the commission for a vote. And which, that's to me a step too far. If your event is being sponsored from your contingency and it meets the requirements of the event policy that we sat through here and came up with as a collective, then why should it have to come up here for an approval when it meets all of those requirements? Unless I'm misunderstanding this. So in my seat, if it's something that you're doing from your contingency, your name as well as your picture should be able to go on there. I don't think that should be an issue. If it's something that is coming up here for a vote where you've run out of money and you've done 3 events already, then you have to come up here and ask. That's a mayor and commission event. And if that's the case, as we discussed last time, either everyone's picture goes on there or, no pictures at all, but it's a mayor and commission city type of event because you had to come up here to get that permission. So I just want to make sure that if a commissioner wants to have a coffee with Commissioner Smith with her residents at Marjorie McDonald Center, why should she, if she has the money in her contingency, have to come up here to get permission to do that? I don't think that makes sense. I'm not sure if that's what I'm reading, but that's how I'm interpreting this. Thank you.
So, Okay, so when it's coming out of contingency, it's still coming out of the city funds. I mean, I usually, like, whenever the Commissioner Status of Women or the Multicultural Committee has an event, I usually give some money out of my contingency, but yet my name hasn't been on any, I don't fully fund it, but I don't put my name in as a sponsor either. I usually give about $1,000, which could entitle me to be named as Commissioner Smuckler sponsors this because it's coming out of her contingency, but not once in the last at least 4 years has my name been on any of these events.
When you did the flower giveaway for the Mother's Day,
No,
I think we our names used to be on our advisory groups, and then as time went on, they were removed. But there was a time when we sponsored events, and our names was also added to the advisory group as well.
Right, so I'm saying the last 4 years, my name has not been on.
Didn't we say the problem with adding the name was because there's only 2 or 3 committees
right
that really have events?
Yep.
And that's the reason that it becomes very, uneven.
When I got sworn in 4 years ago, I made the comment that I will not be putting my name or picture in any of the events, and all the commissioners should follow suit. And I think ever since then, after that, we did some type of a policy about that, or we've talked about it. Or
That's the policy that we have currently. I guess since you wanted to know what my questions were, those were my questions. I don't remember the last time I had an event, to be honest with you. Probably when we did movies on the lawn, like maybe 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
January, you had the baby.
Oh.
It's a big event.
Yeah.
But
he
I think
didn't-
movies on
he
the
didn't
lawn was
invite
like
us.
the last time, and that was like 4 years ago.
You didn't
So
invite us to that event.
Okay, guys, let's stick to the subject matter. So, so I'm not debating this point because I have a lot of events. You know what I mean? I'm debating this point because I believe that as commissioners, you should have some autonomy when it comes to your discretionary funds and things that you do out of your specific office. And in all honesty, we're one of the few cities that debate this issue over and over and over again. And this has been just like the proclamations, Commissioner Smuckler. We've been talking about proclamations since 2018. We were trying to come up with a policy in 2018 about how to do proclamations versus certificates of recognition.
Yeah.
We keep doing the same thing over and over. So my thing is, can we come to a conclusion? I thought the events policy was that, but now we're talking about it again. Or we say, you know what, no matter what the event is, everyone's picture and name goes on there so people can see who their elected officials are and call it a day.
When we do the Commissioner Status of Women or the multicultural events, we do, and I'll use the Commissioner Status of Women, the City of North Miami Beach, Mayor and Commission, and the Commissioner Status of Women present or invite you. So that's how we do it.
Right, which is fine. And the thing is, I don't want to burden staff because I notice when we have these ideas, you'll have one version and then literally you'll look on Facebook and see a different version from what we discussed.
And in Aventura, they don't do that. In Aventura, whenever they do
everyone's face,
something,
right?
it's not even faces. It's just Aventura.
So I just wanted to see that we can do something that everyone can. It's like we used to have our newsletters. Everyone was included in the. You remember that? That's like circa whatever, but everyone.
No. We going back years. Yeah, but we were going back.
What happened was unfortunately there was a commission up here that abused it.
The newsletter?
There was commissioners up here that abused the privilege. That's not why we're talking.
No, I'm talking about newsletter. I'm not talking about like the.
Oh no, I'm talking.
I'm talking about newsletters. Like we used to have
names and faces.
we used to have a newsletter that went out like quarterly.
The tents were $1,100 each. We had a commissioner had to have two.
No. I'm not talking about the individual.
But what you have seen since that time is there has been a lot of things have changed considerably since that time. But what I'm saying is very specific, so we can move on. Commissioner Smuckler, since this is your legislation, I think that if someone has a contingency and it's their office, if they want to have a flyer for an event that they're hosting, number one, they shouldn't have to come up here to get permission to host an event out of their contingency. That doesn't make sense. Number two, once they're doing that event, if they want to produce a flyer with their name on it, what's the big deal? If not, let's put everyone's name and picture on there like most cities do and call it a day. But, it's like we're all here representing the same communities, right? And as a collective, if we can do that, then let's do that. But I feel like we're really debating something that shouldn't necessarily have to be debated. But I can understand where the commissioner is coming from. We just need to do something that's a little bit more thoughtful for each individual commissioner. That's all. Thank you.
Excuse me, through the mayor, just for clarity, names are allowed if a commissioner is sponsoring and paying for it. Pictures were not included. So the names, yes. Pictures are not currently allowed.
So what you're saying is in your legislation that not only names are not allowed, but photos aren't allowed either. Is that what you're saying?
Photos are not allowed anyways. So
she's adding the names.
So you're adding now names are no longer allowed.
Right.
You also, if it passes, should add that police coverage should be part of H1.
I'm sorry?
B1 should have police coverage if this passes. Should also be added to the list.
What was
as far as the cost?
As far as the cost.
But normally if someone's having an event and they're sponsoring it from their contingency, they're paying for all of that.
Yeah.
That's part of our policy.
Well, that's what it says, that you'll
right,
pay.
but it has to include police costs as well.
Yeah, you have to.
Everything.
Yeah.
It's everything. It's already in the policy.
Right.
It's already in the policy, right?
It's already there.
Direct costs, yes, that includes staffing.
Yeah. If you don't have enough money, you don't host the event unless you come before the commission.
Look, we got a long list of stuff.
All right, so
in regards to your
I
legislation,
accept
Commissioner Smuckler.
I accept the proposals that Commissioner Smith wanted to add on.
Does that include advisory boards as well? How's the governance of the advisory board in relation to the liaisons and their impact or influence over the event? So, for example, city manager, when you're doing the budget, are you stripping some of the advisory boards of their budgets, or how are you?
To the manager's point, multicultural might be gone.
Right. Multicultural will probably be gone.
It probably and it had the most so we're gonna have to really figure that out. So
right, and the commissioners
When does that take effect?
No, the Census Women's gonna be effective.
No,
Is the seniors? The Commission for Women is also going to be affected because I know the county has dissolved theirs. It's going to dissolve. Theirs is going to sunset in January.
Wow.
Seniors, I'm not sure if the seniors advisory is going to also be affected. So, in relations to the county has already put legislation out that the Commission for Women will be dissolved from the county level based on state statute. So the question also is for seniors and other advisory boards, have we really did a fine tuning of what budgetary? No, it's important because
No, I'm
as I said,
laughing.
the
But
county,
the seniors will slowly dissolve themselves.
right? So that's curious to see how you're going to set the budget up with that, because I think that through our various advisory boards, we often use our impact to have these events. And so how is that budgetary difference going to be made?
Yes, through the mayor to Commissioner Jean, we are working through that process now. And to your point and to the mayor's point, yes, some of those boards will, by legislation, by law, which will become active in January, be dissolved.
But why the commissioner status of women?
So actually, if I'm...
Yeah, because with women, you're singling out a group of people from the population. So it might not seem fair, but that's based
No,
on the
but we
state
have,
law.
we can,
If I could,
we've had men on the.
if I can answer, if I can answer, I have a administrative legal answer for you. So the legislation is built as anti-DEI, right? So then we have to look at what DEI is. It stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you look at the impact of DEI laws and legislation nationwide, the big, and this has been for unemployment, right? We looked at the United States as a whole, looked at its residents to see which group of residents weren't getting the equal opportunities in employment that others were. And the basis was white males. So since DEI laws passed, the biggest beneficiary of DEI laws is women. 60% of job set-asides in response to DEI legislation has gone to women, 60%. So all groups paid with government money that are supportive of women's activities. The only question that so yes, commission status of women is likely to go away. However, there are other things that are impacting that we're going to have to fight for. Like, for example, there's a debate going on in another city that I've actually ended up weighing in on, that the city manager there was saying that they have a cancer. They have a breast cancer awareness annual event. And there was a movement by that administration to remove that event. But it's going to be a 1-1-1 basis. I'm against that because women aren't the only one that get breast cancer. Men get it too. But yes, on a broad stroke of how this legislation is going to impact.
So like the Heart Health Walk or the back to school, I mean, that the Commissioner Status Woman has like 3 big events. The Heart Health, right.
Correct.
So, but that's done, I guess it would have to be done by the city, not by
Correct.
the Commissioner Status Woman.
That's correct.
And right, and then the back to school would have to be done by the city, and then
Correct.
Mother's Day, maybe no, because it's, well, it's for mothers.
No Mother's Day.
No, it's for mothers.
And no Father's Day.
If I may, to your legislation.
Excuse me one second.
Oh.
I'll give you 15 minutes past 12, that's it.
All right. So okay. So
all right. I just wanted to just a point on this. Just to be clear, Mr. Manager.
thank you, Commissioner Turner.
This says here in Section B, approval of commission-sponsored events. I just want to be clear. These are events that, after the 3 events are done, that you have your allotment. These are events that you have to come up here for approval for. This is not saying that you have to come before the commission for any event that you want to have.
Correct.
All right.
That's correct, right?
So
That's correct.
So you want to make your motion,
Okay.
Vice Mayor, so you can make sure that.
No, I just want to make sure it's clear that it's clear what it's saying, so we don't have any confusion. Make the motion to do what? No, it's her item. I
With
want to
my
make sure. Yeah.
amendment.
Right. Well, so I make a motion to approve and also to include Commissioner Smith's amendments. Right.
Wait,
And okay, so
don't we have to approve the amendments first?
Let me offer a friendly amendment to just the language of this policy here in B1. It says any event proposed to be sponsored by the mayor or any member of the city commission. Can we just be clear to make that sentence more clear, that these are events that have to come before the commission?
Yes. Yes, after, we could say subsequent to the 3 annual events that that the mayor and the commission receive.
Correct. Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I make the motion.
I second.
Aye.
Aye.
Move to approve.
Wait. I
Move
thought
to
we were gonna
introduce.
have a special meeting. I mean, an executive session or whatever.
Yeah, we already debated.
parents and natural guardians of GS, a minor, and the city of North Miami Beach authorizing the city manager to designate all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflict, providing for security there, providing for severability, and providing for effect.
I make
All
the
right.
motion.
Second, we've all debated. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moves on. Next item.
Next is item 1217.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Okay, item formerly 12.17. Resolution number R 2026-101, approval of settlement agreement with mutual release by and among Victor Mora, sponsored by the city attorney's office, resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, providing for the approval of the settlement agreement and mutual release by and among Victor Mora and the city of North Miami Beach, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I make the motion.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item.
Next,
Okay,
I
so,
believe
excuse me,
Smuckler.
Yeah, actually, I never voted on either one of these, so my vote for both of them is a no.
Yeah, mine
vote
too.
is what? I'm sorry.
No.
Just for the record, both of mine. I didn't vote for either one of them. I said
So
no.
for the two settlements, just to
Two no
clarify,
votes.
2 no votes.
Okay.
You got it?
Thank you.
5-2.
All right. Next item.
Legislation, ordinance number
Second.
2026-04.
Second.
Reading.
Second.
Item 14.1, ordinance number 2026-04, second reading, the noise ordinance sponsored by Commissioner Sue, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 9 of the City of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Section 9-4 Noise Control to establish specific noise regulations for outdoor power tools and landscaping equipment at residences and for outdoor events, and to clarify enforcement, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and for an effective date.
There's no public comment on this. If we can just do a roll call.
No, I.
Oh, you have a comment?
Is there a motion? Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
On second reading, but why does it say 500? I want to know what number 9-4.6D means. Contractors and service personnel have a 60-day grace period. What do you mean they have a 60-day grace period? A contractor gets a fine and then they have a 60-day grace period? Or get
I don't think that was what was intended.
Education.
Grace period before they cite,
Before they what?
get cited.
So for 60 days, they can break the law and we don't care?
No.
What?
I believe it was an education period that
No,
the
is
city
it-
was going to inform.
Yeah, I think that's from Commissioners.
That was last time that we spoke about this.
We added that period so people can be, there's an educational period. That's.
Why don't we put to educate?
That's fine.
Do you want to add that on?
Yes, I
does
wanna add to educate,
City
and
Attorney,
then-
does that change anything?
Nope, that's perfectly fine. It's a very minor amendment, and it's
And then
proper for a second reading amendment.
9-4.6 number F, we're saying that it's $150, it's $300, it's $500. Perfect, I have no problem with that. But then it says shall be subject to a civil fine of $500 per occurrence. So how did that come? How did they getting $500 per occurrence when it's $150 for the second offense? The first offense is a warning.
So after the 500, then it's 500 all along for each offense.
Per occurrence, then we have to add comma after they reach their fourth offense.
You
Because the
add that
first
now?
offense, yes, I want to add a comma after they, at the point of reaching their fourth or third offense.
So that.
I don't think that explanation is my understanding. I think the explanation here, if you look at 9-4.6, it lists which first get a warning citation, and then subsequently those very same ones get this civil fine tier system. But then when you get to F, preset civil fine, that's limited to the outdoor power tool and landscaping equipment, which is a different violation.
Yeah, but that's, the whole purpose of it being $150 are the poorest of the poor, the lawnmen. Why would we give them a $500 fine from get-go?
Commissioner, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I'm just trying to explain what it says now, so you can change it. Certainly, you can amend it. That's a minor thing. It can be done as a second reading amendment. You can change it any way you want. I just wanted to be sure you understood what it says now.
I want to definitely change it. We had a whole discussion at the first reading. I'd like to change it to read, the $500 should be after they had these A, B, and C. Then it's $500.
It really says that already, if I might, Commissioner. I think what you're saying is that really instead of F being a preset fine for these kinds of violations, we would amend it, if that's what your intention is, to have violations of the outdoor power tool and landscaping equipment simply included with the things that are listed in 9-4.6B and add that so that all violations
That's
of
correct.
this would be the same.
Correct,
Yes, ma'am.
correct. I mean,
When does it go
woman to
into
pay
effect?
$500.
Well, it says the ordinance takes effect basically once you vote it, but it does say that there is,
60 days.
No,
yeah, and it also says in 9-4.6A, a first violation results in a warning citation. That's in here.
But then the second violation should be 150 because I wanted it to be 100.
Second offense says 150.
The creator of the ordinance wanted it to be 150. I remember distinctly, and I said that'd be.
Move to approve.
So you have to do the amendment first.
Okay, I make an amendment that we add for.
Include that same schedule for all
On
violations.
D, we add for educational purposes only, and for F, what's the word that you want to add?
Well, we would just rewrite F so that whatever is covered under F would be instead covered under the same schedule as
The
above.
city attorney will
First
rewrite-
violation is a warning,
Right.
and then 153, and thereafter 500 for
The
any.
city attorney will rewrite it to,
Madam, okay, so as amended, right?
as amended.
No, you have to,
Okay.
she's
Okay,
move
make
the
those
amendment.
motions to amend.
All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call?
On the motion,
No,
the
as a-
ordinance
move to-
as
Second.
Roll call.
with the second reading amendment for the record.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Joseph?
Yes, next item, please.
Is it 14.2 or 14.3?
No, 14.4 now.
14.4.
14.4, resolution number R 2026-96.
Second.
Item 14.4, resolution number R 2026-96, approval of the memorandum of understanding with Global Power and Mission, GEM, sponsored by Commissioner John, resolution of the mayor and commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Global Power and Mission to strengthen disaster preparedness, emergency response, humanitarian assistance, community outreach, volunteer engagement, and recovery efforts for the benefit of the residents of the city of North Miami Beach, providing for the approval of the memorandum of understanding with Global Power and Mission, authorizing the city manager to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution. Thank you. Providing for conflicts, providing scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective.
Do we have a
date.
motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor say
I'd
aye.
like to discuss. I'm just curious. What is the cost entailed in this
Go ahead, Commissioner.
There is no cost, and there is no cost. This is, as you guys know, GEM has done a lot of disaster relief. They're currently working in Venezuela, different countries whenever there's a disaster. So this is more for volunteering, for awareness, for hurricane awareness. We had no real hurricane preparedness event this year, so we would be partnering with them to share resources, etc.
Through the mayor,
I-
let me just point out that Section 2 says that the MOU is approved in substantially the form, but the language was added subject to identifying funding for any city financial obligations which may be required to implement the MOU. It doesn't say that there are any such obligations. I'm not
Yeah.
disagreeing with the commissioner, but to the extent that there are any, funding has to be identified, which protects the administration from having an unfunded obligation imposed on them by the commission.
So would it be okay if we defer this so that
And if
the
there's no
manager
cost,
can
there's
do
no
a
problem.
financial impact?
It still has to go to, it doesn't, I have a motion in a second. All in favor say aye.
Wait, no.
Aye.
Can you explain why we don't need a fiscal impact for this?
Well, you mentioned the clause. If you could,
There's a clause that
if you
keeps,
could read it back into the record,
may be.
Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, I'll read that one more time.
As it stands,
It says,
the MOU does not require a particular.
the mayor and the commission approve the MOU between GEM and the city and substantially the form attached here to is Exhibit A, subject to identifying funding for any city financial obligations which may be required to implement the MOU.
Yeah.
If there are none, then you could right into effect. If there's a cost, then the manager has to identify some funding if there are financial obligations, and then it takes effect. So either way, you're covered.
all right.
To approve.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Next item.
No.
Okay, I got 2 no's.
But let me, if I may, I know there's a time crunch, but this organization, this organization, I believe is founded by Michael Capone, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, this is an organization that's worldwide, and they're doing tremendous work where sometimes government can't get in. They're going in and really helping with relief. And so if you know of the history of Michael Capone, I think he's from the development and real estate sector.
Oh, yeah.
But has tremendously dedicated himself to building this organization into, I believe, $100+ million organization that's doing work all over the world. And sometimes they're the first boots on the ground. So I appreciate Commissioner Jeff for coming.
All right. Next item is 14.5.
Need a motion?
Move to
Second.
introduce resolution number R 2026-98.
Okay, what is that?
Second? Was there a second, man?
Yeah, second. I second it.
Okay. 14.5, resolution number R 2026-98, authorizing funding for general education development, GED, and English for speakers of other languages, ESOL,
I got it.
classes through Miami-Dade County Public Schools, sponsored by Commissioner Jean. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing funding for the general education development and English for speakers of other languages classes for City of North Miami Beach residents enrolled at a City of North Miami Beach Adult and Community Education Center for the 2026 school year through Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and each subsequent school year subject to funding approval during the city's budgetary process in an amount not to exceed blank per school year. You need to insert that. And further authorizing the city manager to execute any and all documents or agreements in connection with the program. So it says subject to funding approval, but you still need to insert a max.
All right, Commissioner Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. As was mentioned, the library has a similar program. Their program is online. So in contrast, this would be in person at the actual school. Currently, the funds is about $30 to $45 for an individual to actually participate. So my ask today is for 50 residents, and this should be coming from our educational fund.
And the ESOL classes are also online at the
No,
library?
I'm not sure if we offer ESOL. I just know that
We
GED
offer both.
GED is provided online through an online software and program.
Actually, we have a teacher. I'm sorry. We have a teacher for ESOL at the library.
So I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor.
Commissioner Sue?
Okay, I'm also actually working on this with Miami-Dade College as well. And what they do is the classes are free, but the test to take to identify what level ESOL or what level GED they are at is the charge that is required by the state. The rest of it is actually also funded. It's completely free. And what I wanted to do was, instead of them having to go farther away, like to a high school or to a location, they would actually have classes in the community centers. So this is something that I think that I'd like to propose to maybe defer this so that we can talk about it and see if there's something that we can do jointly that will actually be most beneficial and cost less to the residents.
Thank you for that. The current program that's housed at North Miami Beach Senior High. So it's not something.
It's already there, yeah.
It's already there. So when you talk about hosting it in our community centers, you talk about staff time, you talk about timing for actual availability. So I would say that this could be something that we approve tonight, should the commission want to, and definitely encourage you to bring your item as well.
Okay.
But you could host it at the library where there's a
I know.
program
Yeah.
already
I mean,
planned.
every community center that we have, I will host like different classes at different places.
So personally, I prefer that this money goes to the library where there is already an existing program. I personally would give the money to the library instead.
Ms. Through the mayor, if I may, I spoke to North Miami Beach Senior High School. They teach Creole, Spanish, French, and they teach reverse people that speak that language. They teach them, or any language, they teach them English. So the thing that bothers me is you're limiting it to 50 people because of funds. I think we should wait 1 year and get the deficit caught up. That's my thought on it.
Because you gave it to me.
Only because
I didn't hear the question, your statement.
because it's right here in North Miami Beach Senior High, which is right there. I spoke to them yesterday, I'm sorry. And I think that we should wait 1 year before, so we can catch the deficit up.
I mean, these funds, obviously with the educational fund, we've been doing an amazing job raising the fund. So this is not coming from general fund. This is donor based.
And how
So I
much
wanted
is that?
to
How much is in
identify
the
that.
educational fund right now?
Currently, maybe 10. We just gave a slew of 10 students $1,000 scholarships. So I'm not sure where the balance is there currently.
How much is
Could I
in it?
ask how the
How much
funds
do
were
we have left
raised
in the
for the
educational fund?
Those are sponsors.
Huh?
Sponsors.
Oh, is it did it come from developers or, I mean,
It's a mix. It's corporations. Many corporations have an educational allowment, and most cities have to do is ask. So my office, myself, been making asks, Comcast, T-Mobile, etc. It's 25.
How much will it be?
2,500.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Got a
No.
2 noes. All right, next item.
I need a motion to introduce 14.6.
You know what, I'm a no.
No, I don't make motions.
Madam Clerk, I'm a no on the last one.
So it's 3-4. Next.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Item 14.6, resolution number R 2026-102, authorizing and approving budget transfer for NMB Water Department, sponsored by the City Manager, resolution, Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing and approving a budget transfer within the annual budget for fiscal year October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026, in the amount of $2,300,000 from capitals in progress account to sewage disposal fees account within the Public Utilities Department to support Miami-Dade County Water and Sewer Department rate increase, providing for implementation, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next item.
14.7 we already dealt with. The next, if we need a motion to introduce, 14.8 was deferred.
Yeah, deferred, right.
That's Grenell. So we need a motion to introduce 14.9.
Second.
Resolution number R 2026-105.
What is it?
Item 14.9, resolution number R 2026-105, establishing the proposed maximum millage rate for the levying of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2026-27, sponsored by the City Manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing the proposed maximum millage rate for the levying of ad valorem taxes for the City of North Miami Beach for fiscal year 2026-27, commencing October 1st, 2026. The calculated rolled back rate and the date, time, and place for the first and second public budget hearings as required by law. Directing the city clerk and city manager to transmit this resolution to the property appraiser of Miami-Dade County pursuant to the requirements of section 200.065 Florida statutes and the rules and regulations of the Department of Revenue for the state of Florida, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Not what he's saying.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
So,
What are you voting on?
The ad valorem taxes.
How much?
Sorry.
No, I have
6.1.
we're going to keep it at 6.1, right?
Yes, that is our
Manager,
recommendation.
can you also place or have your staff place the rolled back rate on the record? That should be done as well.
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Anathan, our budget administrator, to come.
5.7759 or something like that.
Yeah, can you read it into the record real quick, please?
And while he comes up, Mr. Mayor, usually we get, Mr. Manager, we usually get some kind of
Trim notice?
the trim, but also the amount of taxes that would be yielded from the rollback rate, the amount of taxes that will be yielded.
I can help with that a little bit because I was wondering just this conversation if we didn't want to take it to 6.0, which I found out cost $500,000.
Well, he balances the budget based on.
Manager, no, what are you kidding?
He's
wait,
balancing.
Well,
he's balancing the budget based on that amount.
I know, but what happened is when I suggested to him he had hair, and now he has no hair because he didn't like the suggestion. But anyway, to answer your question, Commissioner Jean, it's the $500,000 is the difference.
We need all the help we can get. So can you read into the record, sir?
I knew when he had
Yes,
hair.
sir. The question, Bob Anathan, Budget Administrator, is the question, what is the rollback rate?
Yes.
Look it up just so I don't mess it up. It's 5.77, but let me
59.
check the last two digits. 5.7759.
Thank you.
And what's the percentage increase if you have it, Mr. Anathan?
Percentage increase, the proposed millage rate of 6.1 is 5.61% above the rollback rate.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Manager?
And you should read the dates into the record as well.
The date of the first hearing is scheduled for September 10th. The date of the second hearing is scheduled for September
Okay, well, then these were
24th.
consent.
Move to
This
approve.
was the consent.
Oh, wait, I have a question, Mr. Manager. I think I either spoke to you or texted you a few weeks ago about a new state law with the rollback. Is
Yes, we're in compliance still.
more compliance? Okay.
Yeah, you can't go higher than a certain number either.
Aye.
Move to appoint Carlton Buell.
No,
That was no longer, that was withdrawn.
No, it
And
wasn't
The
withdrawn.
next
It was
item is
withdrawn. It was-
item 18.1, the mayor's discussion item that wasn't moved up.
What was it? What was it?
You
Mo-
can discuss
mo-
it, we got.
Yeah, we got
minute,
10 minutes.
All right, so moved.
Okay,
So
if you don't
moved.
want to do. All right, motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Aye.
Good job, guys.
Wow. Wow. I lost the pool. I had 1 a.m. in the pool. I lost.
10 minutes to spare.